James, the great thing about this system, this wild card system that NASCAR has put in place, any of those guys on there could go out and win a couple races before this all is said and done, and then they are in. But Randy's standing by with the guy who has one of those coveted wins. Randy?
He sure does. That's David Reagan. You know, I'm a nervous wreck for all these guys trying to get to the chase right here. You're sitting 20th. You're here at Bristol. Who knows what can happen here? You've only got one top 10 at this racetrack back in 2008. But give me a sense of what you need to accomplish this week before we even get to the final two, Atlanta and then Richmond.
I think first off, just don't stress. You know, there's 3 races to go. So much can happen in 3 races. Our UPS team, we've struggled the last couple of weeks. We've dug ourselves a little hole. So our backs are against the wall, but sometimes we perform our best when that is the case. Bristol, if you've got a fast car, that always keeps you out of trouble. It's when you're off a little bit and guys are running over you, you're in the way. So we're going to work really hard today to try to get our UPS Ford to drive right. And then we're going to go race. I mean, it's time to be aggressive. We've got to go out, lead laps, and try to win some races.
All right, so you come out of here, let's just say you don't win the race. You come out of here with a decent finish. You're inside the top 20. My thought process would be Atlanta is a great place for you to win. It's down in your home area.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people from back home in Georgia would be there to have fun. We might not ever make it to Richmond if we win in Atlanta, though. But no, we've had a good run here at Bristol in the past. We've run okay at Atlanta, so that's kind of our strong point. I feel like that our mile-and-a-half program has been very strong this year at Roush, and then we go back to Richmond where we finished 4th. So we just need to be in that circle going into Richmond, where, you know, if we've got to win, or maybe if we beat a couple of guys that we're racing for them in points, we can make this chase. So we're still in it. 3 races is a long way, and I'm ready to get going.
David, good luck to you here this weekend. Yeah, you never know, Johnny. Maybe here, Atlanta, Richmond, they could steal another win and jump in this chase.
Hey, there are so many great drivers in that top 20 right now, Randy, that they have nothing else to go for but the win. Anything else just simply doesn't matter. Stay with us here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. We got much more coming your way from Thunder Valley, Tennessee. We'll be back.
Speed delivers live coverage from the world's fastest half mile with NASCAR Sprint Cup practice and qualifying. Then Thunder Valley will be rocking with NASCAR Trackside. It all begins today with Sprint Cup practice at noon Eastern on Speed.
Hey, Sport. Still at the office. It's almost the weekend. Don't have to go far, spend much to have fun. I've got hotels everywhere. Go snowshoeing or lobster diving. Pow! Pow-pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. Pow! Our best is even bester. Get the best rate available when you book direct at Super8.com.
Let's face it, handheld string trimmers are hard-starting backbreakers that are too weak to do an effective job. But the good news is you don't have to struggle with these things anymore. The legendary DR trimmer mower starts instantly, rolls on 2 big wheels, and cuts a 22-inch path with 5 times the power of handheld trimmers. Thick weeds and tall grass don't stand a chance. Use the DR to trim in every corner of your property, including tight spots where a mower just can't fit, along garden borders, fence lines, and stone walls. So start trimming and mowing the right way, the DR way, with a DR trimmer mower.
Call 1-800-716-0881 for your free DR catalog and DVD. You'll learn how you can try a DR trimmer mower for 6 months. Factory direct savings are now in effect, so call 1-800-716-0881. Online at drtrimmers.com.
DR is professional power for homeowners.
Tomorrow, NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. Plus, we'll look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot tomorrow at 5 Eastern live on Speed. Well, as is the case on every Friday before a Sprint Cup weekend, some of the stars of NASCAR are making their way through the media center, and 2 of the top drivers that are getting poised for a run at the championship. We're talking about how important it is to have momentum on your side, but also to maintain composure.
I feel like we have a good shot at continuing it and continuing at least the path. You know, before the last 3 races, we ran 9th at Indy, and I felt like we were a top 3 car there at the end of the race. So, you know, I guess you just kind of have to keep things in perspective, like you said, and know that not every day is going to be a top 5 day or a top 15 day or whatever. But we need to make them top 15 days, especially if it boils down to us getting into the chase. You know, I think it's going to come down to good, consistent finishes that win the championship, and they're going to have to be solid, consistent finishes. And any finish outside of the top 20 pretty much dooms anyone.
In the chase, you've got 10 races. You got to put 10 good ones together, and if you have one bad one, you have to keep your emotions in check and not make it worse than it should be, and pull yourself together to try to make it a 15th or 20th place finish instead of 30th or 35th place finish. And those moments are crucial, because it does seem like everybody has maybe one bad race in the chase. But it's how you rebound from that, how you react to that. And for some, it's about getting started off right in the chase. For others, it's about just being able to pull yourself together in a hurry to get right back there where you need to be to win races. So, that's what I love about the chase. Every year, something unique happens. While it seems like it's been predictable because the same guys won the last 5 years, to me, every one of those championships that Jimmy's won, you could have counted them out at times through each of them. You just never know. And I still believe the strongest team is going to win the championship, and we'll find out who that team is here shortly.
And Jeff, although it may be for different reasons, we just heard from two guys who are legitimate championship contenders.
They really are, because all of a sudden with Brad Keselowski getting 2 wins and having that past experience in the Nationwide Series as being a champion, I think he has shown us what he's made out of, and he can get the job done. And the 24 car, what I like about Jeff Gordon right now, he's being a little bit sneaky. He is basically telling you what needs to be done here, but he doesn't mention his own team. I think the 24 is a sleeper.
And if you said Jeff Gordon was done, I hope you said it on crackers, because you may have to eat your words this time around. He is poised for a 5th championship and is going to make a run at it. We're getting closer and closer to Sprint Cup Series practice. We'll be back in just a moment.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai. Available at Target. And by Allstate. Mayhem is everywhere. Protect yourself. Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield.
First it attracts particles.
Like a bug lamp.
Right, then it captures them.
Like a mousetrap.
Then it disperses them.
Like a slingshot.
Helps stop deposits.
From building up.
In your engine.
Right.
Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
A young man with ambition met an old man at the top. Asked him if he had a secret, and the old man stopped and thought and said, free cause that's how it ought to be, my brother. Credit cause you need a loan for one thing or another. Score cause they break it down to one simple number that you can use. Time to take a break cause the name is kinda long. Come in honor of the internet that it's on. Put it all together at the end of the song. It gives you freecreditscore.com.
Offer applies with enrollment in freecreditscore.com.
Are you ready to save up to 95% on what you want most? Then try Quibids.com, an exciting new way to shop for products like iPads, MacBooks, HDTVs, cameras, appliances, and more. Quibids is a unique auction website. Each auction starts at 0. When someone places a bid, the price increases by as little as 1 cent. On Quibids, you can save up to 95% off retail. That's Quibids.com. Go to Quibids.com now.
Thunder Valley, Tennessee may be quiet right now, but in just a few moments we will hear why it's called Thunder Valley as the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series takes to the track here at the world's fastest half mile. Let's now go to Randy Pemberton, who is standing by in the infield. Randy?
Well, thank you, JR. You know, Marcus Ambrose, don't forget, he's got that one win, although he's outside the top 20 in points, only by 11. And if you remember, this guy runs this racetrack very, very well. He's got a couple of top 10s in just 5 starts, not to mention a top 5. Do not be shocked if this guy steers one in the victory lane. If not here, perhaps Atlanta. He's in the hunt for sure for that wild card spot. The only other guy I could think of that could possibly do it, and he would have to win 2, would be Mark Martin. Guys.
Randy, thanks a lot. Of course, we can hear from Mark Martin tonight on trackside. Jeff, 2-hour practice coming up. It's one of 2 practice sessions today, and this one is very important because it will set qualifying order.
It will, and it also kind of sets, again, we talk about momentum, how things go. Think about in the spring, and we talk about guys with wins. Paul Menard qualified 4th. David Reagan qualified 5th. Both of those guys have 1 win. If they could do that again here, put those cars up there, they could make things very difficult for a guy named Denny Hamlin.
And although it be a long shot, Jeff, right now, there still are possible scenarios where guys race their way into this chase by points. Winning is more important right now with that wild card, but points can do it.
It can, because, I mean, that's where, again, Tony Stewart's got to have a solid finish. Dale Earnhardt Jr. needs a solid finish. And Clint Boyer, if he can't get a win, he's got to unseat one of those guys, and he's only 25 points behind, 24 points behind.
Yep, and that is something that can be made up over the course of 3 races, although it's difficult if you want to make your way into the chase. Sometimes you have to hope that someone has misfortune and falls out of the chase, but there's simply not much room at the end as only 12 drivers get to go 10 races for the possibility of a championship. It is time now for Sprint Cup Series practice. Let's go high atop the world's fastest half mile and join Mike Joy.
Thunder Valley, Tennessee, still reverberating from all of the confrontation and collision Wednesday night in the Whelen Modified Tour and the Camping World Truck Series. Nationwide and Sprint Cup action today in one of the most fun weekends of the entire racing season. And oh, look who just happened to be out there, all but nose to tail to start this practice. Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick.
What better way to start at Bristol?
That's right. Is it Friday the 13th? Maybe it could be, or maybe it could be for those fellas. It's the way they rolled off pit road to start this practice. So we'll see what transpires in what has already been a very interesting week of racing. Ryan Newman redeeming his disqualification at New Hampshire, driving with a perfectly legal engine in the same race car to win the modified race. And then, oh my gosh, the truck race. It was a wild Wednesday night here in Bristol. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, Kyle Petty with you at the world's fastest half mile here in Thunder Valley. Fun place to race, even since they've changed it. It's just different.
I think for the drivers, it's a better place to race since they changed it. Used to, you had to knock people out of the way. Now, we still see people knock people out of the way, but you don't have to as much. There's a high groove, there's a low groove, the Harry Gant groove up next to the wall. You know what I'm talking about. But I think it's just a lot different now. And the drivers, it went from being a fan favorite track almost, and the drivers hated to come here, to the drivers really enjoy coming here.
And so do the fans. They are not sold out for Saturday night's Irwin Tools race. There are still some limited good tickets available. And, of course, for tonight. So, Larry, I guess the question is the same as it's always been. You practice in the daytime. You're going to race here at night. So your agenda's got to be skewed a little bit.
Well, you have to open that notebook and you have to look back as to what this track normally does from daylight to night, because even qualifying is going to be later on this evening around 5 o'clock. But what I like about coming here, Mike, aside from it being a Saturday night race, is if you look at our last couple of months of racing, we've been at road courses, we've done restrictor plate racing, we've been at racetracks where the crew chiefs and the drivers had to think fuel mileage from the drop of the green flag. Now, never rule out anything here at Bristol. Don't rule out aerodynamics, don't rule out fuel mileage. But what I like, we're back to short track racing where these guys can just get up on the wheel and get after it around a half-mile racetrack and probably not have to worry about those other elements.
Well, here is the man who has become Mr. Win One Soon, Tony Stewart. A long time. I was trying to remember coming up the last time in Tony Stewart's professional career in which he had a non-winning season. be it Sprint Cup, Indy cars, or wherever.
Well, we know he's won for 12 consecutive years in Sprint Cup. Now, 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was 2008, he cut it a little close in Sprint Cup. He did not win until the fall Talladega race that year.
And look, I'm not worried about Tony winning a race this year. I'm not. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. I am concerned about him winning a race before the chase. I mean, we've only got 3 races to go before the chase, including this one. But we're going to decent racetracks for him. I mean, this has been a good place. Richmond obviously has been a pretty good place, and you look at Atlanta. But, I mean, we throw in the last 10 races of the season, and he's got to knock one out of those.
Look at this group, which includes Tony Stewart, all very good at Bristol. But Mark Martin, 21 races since he last won here, 19 for Stewart, 17 for Jeff Gordon, and 10 for Kurt Busch.
But what's interesting about the 2 drivers on the left, Mark Martin and Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch, they're going to be in the chase in 2011. They're well up inside the top 10. But with the problems that Denny Hamlin is having right now, if Mark Martin can win a race, he's only a handful of points behind Denny Hamlin, who is a second wild card driver, and Mark is sitting 16th in the points, so he is not out of this deal by any stretch.
Exactly. I think Denny's got to win another race to be safe, because I just don't believe that with 3 races to go, he's going to make up that point deficit on a Tony Stewart, on a Clint Boyer, and on a Dale Jr. And really, let's be honest, that's who these guys are racing. We talk about the 99 team, Carl Edwards. We talk about Jimmy Johnson. You talk about the guys, Kyle Busch, that's at the top of the ladder. We're just worried about those guys, and they're worried about each other right now.
I love this point system, the way they finally have it now with the wild card. If you win, you can get in. Wow. A lot more pressure, but I think for the fans, a lot more fun. Practice continues in Bristol after this.
Where'd you get that idea? How'd you learn to do that? What'd you use? Every project we finish comes with a story built in. It's how our rough ideas become, you did that yourself? So when we can save more on the projects that let us fix, make, and do more, well, that just makes the stories even better. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Add some style to your sink with this Moen Banbury faucet for the new lower price of $79.
From the director of Miracle, there's this big tournament. What began as an incredible challenge.
I got a family to protect. Everything I do is for them.
Became one family's impossible journey.
The 2 men fighting for the championship are brothers.
Warrior. Rated PG-13 in theaters September 9th.
When Valvoline asked me to try recycled oil with next-gen technology, I jumped on it, and jumped on it, and jumped on it. Never knew recycling could feel so good.
Valvoline Next Gen. It's a win for your engine and the environment.
Emily's just starting out and on a budget, like a ramen noodle every night budget. She thought Allstate car insurance was out of her reach until she heard about the value plan. Dollar per dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate.
Goodyear, driven by those who use the world as their proving ground. Goodyear, more driven.
There's a new team in the garage. NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to introduce American ethanol. A renewable energy solution that is the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back to Bristol for the opening round of Sprint Cup practice. We'll have 2 practice sessions for you today, and then Sprint Cup qualifying, all live on speed. Carl Edwards quickest, Brad Keselowski, Mark Martin. As you'll see the order of practice and the fast times scroll across the top of the screen, and we have a look at Jamie McMurray, who is 22nd quick. Let's go down to the pits and see if Bob Diller can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Mike
Yeah,
Joy?
just fine.
We're in the Coliseum, so to speak, down here in the infield at Bristol Motor Speedway, and I want to take a look at Kevin Harvick, 21st so far in this practice session. Interesting little conversation between Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch before this practice began. Kevin Harvick kind of looked over at Kyle Busch and said, "Hey, have you looked at the video from the other night in the truck race?" Kyle didn't say anything and kind of walked away, but Kevin Harvick not happy with his race car just yet. He said it's very, very tight in the center of the corner, and he said, honestly, it feels like the Nationwide car is faster than this car so far.
Yeah, understood, and we may show you later that piece of video that Kevin is talking about where Kyle Busch came up the racetrack in front of Elliott Sadler driving a truck that wasn't owned by Kevin Harvick, but that Kevin's team built. And it was the kind of move that looked to us like you make that move if you're sure the fellow on the outside is going to let you in. But well, let's show you. Make up your own mind. Kyle in the 18. And right behind him, the 24 of Elliott Sadler.
And this was only about mid-race, so, you know, it was definitely, there could have been a little more give and take there. Especially, I think Kyle Busch had to know that Elliott Sadler was there.
Now, the second shot you saw was Kyle's retaliation because he thought Elliott Sadler turned him into the wall, and the overhead view that we had showed that certainly did not appear to be the case. However, more to come. Wendy Venturini.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the racetrack right now, and right now he says the car feels pretty good. The laps look good according to the team. He's 10th right now on the chart, and he said it needs to turn and get down, still needs to turn a little bit better on the bottom end of the racetrack. But as you can tell, guys, already, it is mass chaos at Bristol. It's so loud with all the action going on. This is definitely a track you don't want to miss and a guy you don't want to skip watching this weekend, Dale Earnhardt Jr., as he has won here in the past.
I want to look up the genesis of that paint scheme because that car looks pretty sharp.
It looks real good, and I'd say it's going to even look better under the lights tomorrow night. But, you know, I just watched Dale Earnhardt Jr., and this kind of goes back to what Kyle talked about at the top of the show. Up the racetrack, and that's the things that you have options with here now. And going back to Kevin Harvick, as we look at Brian Vickers in the 83 car, right now Brian is 33rd quickest, is Kevin said this week, ever since they changed the configuration of this racetrack, we have lost the handle. When you ran around the bottom of this racetrack, I was good. I won a race in Sprint Cup. But I've struggled since they put the progressive banking.
I got it. I just saw a decal on the car that is the clue to the paint scheme. Let's zoom in just to the left of the 8 on the side, and you will see that 2011 is the golden anniversary, 50 years of Bristol Motor Speedway. So thus the paint job. Cool.
Yeah, when we were here in the spring, I think that was the 100th Sprint Cup Series race here. This is the 101st race at Bristol Motor Speedway.
If you were celebrating the golden anniversary of Bristol, wouldn't you bring out the golden boy of Bristol to drive the car?
Fred Lorenzen?
Darrell Waltrip?
Oh, that golden boy.
That golden child.
Yes.
Oh, you just avoided that.
I have Stevie on speed dial.
Okay,
I'm just not sure.
I mean, he won everything up there.
Yes, he did.
Everything. I don't care.
Yep.
You bring Darrell Waltrip to Bristol, put him in a shoebox, he's going to run up front. That's how simple it was.
That's true.
He won not only the 12, but he won 7 in a row, which, to put that in perspective, 3.5 years, nobody won a race here but Darrell Waltrip.
Exactly.
I'm sure you'll have a tweet right there on your Sprint phone very, very shortly.
Very shortly.
And I stand corrected. This is actually the 102nd race at Bristol. When we were here a year ago was the 100th race.
Okay. Joey Logano, 11th quickest in the Home Depot Toyota. On the bottom, sliding around just a little bit, but then again, who is it? And look who is pitted right next door to one another. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch. Ah, the fun continues.
It's not as tight a garage area as Michigan, but they're still side by side.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai.
Dumbest stuff on wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Downloading music can be expensive, so to save money, I've trained my dog in this cockatoo to play all the hits of the 80s. Hit it, Mr. Butters.
easier way to save. Get online. Go to geico.com. Get a quote. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
When you're ready to take back your overgrown property, turn to the leader in brush cutting power and capability. Turn to the new line of DR Field and Brush Mowers. Got an ATV? Hook up one of our new tow-behind models and clear up to 2 acres an hour. For go-anywhere versatility, take hold of a walk-behind model and mow down 8-foot-tall field grass. Dense brush, even saplings, up to 3 inches thick. At DR, we offer the largest line of brush mowers in the industry. There's nothing else like them, and with 7 models to choose from, there's one just for you. To find out more, call today and I'll send you this free catalog and DVD.
Try a DR Field and Brush Mower with our 6-month trial. Call 1-800-761-0492 for your free catalog and DVD. Limited time savings are in effect, so call now. 1-800-761-0492. Online at drfieldbrush.com.
DR is professional power for homeowners.
Tonight, Thunder Valley will be rocking, and part of the fun will be the wildest party in racing. Mark Martin and Scott Speed stop by NASCAR trackside for Bristol. You'll see it tonight at 11 Eastern here on Speed. Mark Martin's number 5, third on the chart.
Third quickest. Looks like to me they may have focused on a qualifying run only. You definitely want to run a fast lap in this practice, because with qualifying being at 5 o'clock and the qualifying order being set from this practice, you want to go late.
And that is a mid-season change. When the order of qualifying was determined by practice, was initiated, it was your fastest lap in either practice. And NASCAR finally settled, with input from the teams, on using just the first practice session to determine qualifying order, so then people could change over and do race runs in the second practice.
It was becoming too much of a project, because with only 5 sets of tires to practice and qualify, it almost got where teams were getting so focused on that they were burning their tires up quicker than they could put them on there.
Bob?
Well, right now, Carl Edwards in the 99 machine on top of the board. It's very hard to communicate down here and talk to each other. So I walked up to his crew chief right there, Bob Osborne, and I wrote down on my pad, loose or tight. He took my pen and pad, circled loose, and then he wrote one word, money. They made their first run of the day in Q trim, qualifying trim, and they're done because they said it was so darn good. Right now they got the car back up on the scale pads. They're switching over to race type mode.
And that seems to be a growing trend, as Larry pointed out. Bank that first quick lap, and then work on the 500 of them you're going to run tomorrow night, not the 2 you're going to have to run later today. Jimmy Johnson, 9th quick right now. He's run 13 laps. And like everybody but Paul Menard and Matt Kenseth and Kevin Harvick, his first lap was his quickest.
You know, to me, last week at Michigan was back to the classic, traditional 48-car weekend. They didn't qualify that good. We did the practice up there on Saturday. They were searching for speed. They were not where they needed to be. And when they dropped that green flag, he couldn't drive that car in a 10-acre field. They even made an additional pit stop under the first caution, threw big changes at it, and next thing you know, at the end of the race, he was up there battling for the win.
Yeah, and we talk about, you talk about teams, and that's where they are a team. They're one of the few teams, they've been one of the few teams since the inception of this car. They can start that far off and work their way back to having a really good driving race car and putting Jimmy in a position to win. I think sometimes that's what we see. When you see a car take off at the first of the race and lead and then not know where that car went at the end of the race, you say, what happened to my guy? What happened? They didn't keep up with the racetrack. They didn't adjust. I think Chad is really good at adjusting the car, but I think Jimmy's really good at conveying what that car needs.
Mike, now earlier this week, Jimmy was up at Wrigley Field throughout the first pitch for the Chicago Cubs game. He told me 2 things. He said, I didn't bounce it. It went all the way on a fly to the catcher, and I did call it Wrigley Field and not Wrigley Stadium, as my teammate did a few years ago.
He tweeted it was a little high and outside, but you're right. He brought it. He got it there yesterday, was it?
Day before yesterday, I think. Yes.
Wrigley Field, grand old ballpark. Fortunately, Jimmy's record is a lot better than that of our beloved Cubs.
Okay, what racetrack would be Wrigley Field in your opinion? for us? Think about the racetracks we run.
Simple. Martinsville.
Good answer.
It's a little bandbox. It's been there forever. It's got great history, great stories. Yeah.
Good answer,
Martinsville. I'm with you. Bob.
Right now, the 24 bunch of Jeff Gordon struggling just a little bit. In fact, that's how Jeff Gordon described his race car right now. It's struggling. He's trying to figure out what it's doing. Originally, it was a little bit loose on throttle and tight up on entry, but this most previous run, he said it's kind of inconsistent on the run, so he's trying a few different lines, but they're making some adjustments to that car. Another problem that Jeff Gordon says, the back glass on the car, he said it's like milky. It's almost like it's foggy, so they're going to take a look at that in between these two practice sessions today for the Sprint Cup Series.
18th so far for Jeff. Denny Hamlin we've talked about. Another win would probably put him solidly in the chase, but right now he's just there. One of several drivers in the top 20 with one win, and Hamlin 30th fastest in the early going.
This is where names are engraved not just in metal, but in history. This is the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. This is why we drive.
Yeah, so apparently the engineers who built the 2011 F-150 just got back from a road trip to the future with your new truck engine, okay? It's a bit of high-tech genius called EcoBoost, with stuff like direct injection and piston cooling jets. It kicks out power and fuel economy. Try 420 pound-feet of torque and, from our pals at the EPA, an estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. That's Eco and Boost. We got both, they don't. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
Last year, the U.S. used enough plastic water bottles to stretch around the Earth over 190 times. Each Brita filter can take up to 300 of those bottles out of the equation.
To buy paint at some home improvement warehouse? Let's go to Ace and talk to people who know their stuff.
Get your weekend back at Ace, the helpful place.
The most important part of owning a vehicle is proper maintenance. And proper maintenance begins with Z-Max. Z-Max is a micro-lubricant that soaks into metal. Using Z-Max in your engine will reduce friction, heat, and remove harmful deposits. Plus, adding Z-Max to your fuel system will help maintain gas mileage and reduce emissions. Z-Max will reduce wear on vital engine parts and help extend the life of your engine.
I know it works, and I put my name on the line on that, and I mean it.
Z-Max. It's in the science. Pick some up today.
Not sure if Ryan Newman is checking up on his social media or looking at the practice sheet.
I think he's watching you.
I don't think it much matters. Kurt Busch in the Pennzoil Dodge is 10th fastest, another former Bristol winner.
And it's getting worse. Loose, primarily center out.
And that lap was only 3.5 tenths off of his best lap, but 3.5 tenths can put you in a pretty good hole here.
You just look at Kurt Busch. Prior to Watkins Glen, the first 21 races completed all but 10 laps of competition, and now 2 DNFs in a row at Watkins Glen in Michigan last week. I think this is what Kurt's maybe talking about as far as the way that 22 car is driving.
It's a little free right there.
About the minute you probably would be picking up
again. Yeah, it's free under throttle. And you hear these guys talk. A lot of times they'll drift off in the corner and the car is free getting in the corner. That's not under acceleration. That's under deceleration. When you look at, or de-acceleration, as I've heard it talk before. Just want to use it that way. De-acceleration.
Deceleration.
No, de-acceleration.
If you say
that's
so.
a Southern term.
Okay.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Got it.
Be something
deceleration. Yeah. Mike Joy just like, but a lot of times they do that. Or when you rotate, when the car rotates, they'll say, I'm loose in the center. But when you're loose under power, then you say, I'm loose under power, and that lets the crew chief know, okay, when he goes back to the gas, as the rear hooks up, it frees the car up. So then you have to go back, and that's a different way of fixing the car than it is getting in or in the center of the corner.
Carl Edwards, I think Bob Dillner was reporting he did that one mock qualifying run. He's the quickest, and now he just made about a 6-lap little race run there in the 99 car.
Juan Montoya, 18 in the Target Chevy.
But you know, no matter what groove I think these drivers are running, that's the two things you have to work on, is getting it to roll the center and get that forward drive off the corner, because that, you know, you may start the pass getting in, but where you're going to complete that pass is beating him through the middle and launching off the corner.
Yeah, because then you take his line away in the next corner. The passes are really, the only people you really pass in the corner are the lap cars. You know what I mean? And they're giving you a little help when that happens. But to pass a really good car, it starts on one end of the racetrack and it's finished on the other end of the racetrack. So you've got to work in and you've got to work off. But if you don't have forward bite at this place, it's a long, long night.
Well, it's only 650 feet from one end to the other. That's the length of the straightaway.
You know, I tell people all the time about Bristol, when you look at it, it takes 16 seconds to run this racetrack. That's 4 seconds in each corner and 4 seconds on each straightaway. There's not a lot of time to recover when something goes wrong.
Yeah, put two football fields end to end.
Yeah.
And that's all the straightaway you've got here.
That's good.
A.J. Allmendinger coming off a couple good runs for his race team right now, is 22nd on the chart. Sits 15th in points as we came into Bristol. It's a tick 3-1 for A.J. In the middle of one, he said it bounces and then gets tight on him, and he has to wait on the race car and never really cuts at all. But turn 3 is solid for A.J. Allmendinger. Bob?
20th quick so far for Ryan Newman. You were wondering what he's looking at right there. Well, he's been looking at a bunch of different things, but he's watching our broadcast to see what other cars are doing on the racetrack. Now, as far as his car on the racetrack, it's confusing him just a little bit. Loose into the corner, but very tight in the middle. And what crew chief Tony Gibson just told me is they're trying some truck arm stuff. Some stuff that they learned here in the springtime, but we have a different tires. Obviously, the temperature is a lot different, so he's back-to-backing between runs with different truck arm angles on that car to see what it does around the racetrack here in August. So that's exactly what the 39 team is working on. 20th quick so far.
You know, Bob talked about a different tire than what we ran in the spring. I noticed this during the Nationwide Series practice earlier, how black the corners are turning. And actually, NASCAR and Goodyear had to make a tire change midstream through our race weekend back in the spring, because it was not rubbering in. They would run and the racetrack just never took rubber. So there, about halfway through the practices on Saturday, they made a change. But this is the same tire that we ran here a year ago, and it's the same tire the Nationwide Series did end up racing in the spring. Looks like the racetrack is taking rubber, which helps a lot of things, especially tire wear.
Oh, it looks way darker than when we started the truck race here Wednesday night. Over 160,000 seats at Bristol. Most all of them will be filled tomorrow night. Still some good seats remain, so call the ticket office if you have a chance to get down here. Variable banking, 26 to 30 degrees. That's changed the complexion of the racing here. A little bit of bank for drainage on the straightaways, which, as we mentioned, are just barely longer than 2 football fields.
It was redone back in 2007, and the guy that's just dominated racing here, honestly, in all 3 series for the most part, has been Kyle Busch. In fact, the last 5 races, Jimmy Johnson's only driver won a race besides Kyle Busch.
Wendy?
Clint Boyer came into this race 11th in points. Everyone's talking about the wild card, and Clint obviously is one of those guys without a victory yet this season. He really needs to get the job done in the next 3 races. Right now, the condition he's fighting on his race car is rear grip. He said it's not turning any better than it did in the beginning of their runs. Little looser in for Clint Boyer, and so they went back on the toe and made some adjustments. Right now, he is 29th on the practice chart.
Thanks, Wendy. Look at the hood of that car. Did you know that cartoon characters only have 3 fingers? Thumb and 3 fingers. Not 4.
I did not know that.
Easier to draw that way.
So you're saying they're just too lazy to draw
Not lazy.
Another finger?
Just easier, and you can still get the same kind of expression and all that. But even the one holding the wrench, thumb and 3 fingers.
I never knew that. Thank you very much.
See?
Wow.
The things you learn on Speed.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed. NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. And we look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, live Saturday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Hi. I'm doing my back-to-school shopping, and I saw another store's ad for these crayons at a lower price.
No problem. I can match that right here.
Oops, I don't have the ad.
You don't need it.
Oh. What about a coupon for these pens?
Yeah, easy.
Why does the glue not stick to the glue stick?
Well, it's very complicated, but it has to do with oxygen.
I knew that.
We're so confident in our low prices every day on everything for back to school, we back it with our easy ad match guarantee. Get men's boxer briefs and tees for just $7.97 each. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
When you're ready to take back your overgrown property, turn to the leader in brush cutting power and capability. Turn to the new line of DR Field and Brush Mowers. Got an ATV? Hook up one of our new tow-behind models and clear up to 2 acres an hour. For go-anywhere versatility, take hold of a walk-behind model and mow down 8-foot-tall field grass. Dense brush, even saplings up to 3 inches thick. At DR, we offer the largest line of brush mowers in the industry. There's nothing else like them, and with 7 models to choose from, there's one just for you. To find out more, call today and I'll send you this free catalog and DVD.
Try a DR Field and Brush Mower with our 6-month trial. Call 1-800-761-0492 for your free catalog and DVD. Limited time savings are in effect, so call now. 1-800-761-0492. Online at drfieldbrush.com.
DR is professional power for homeowners.
Wednesday, 8 Eastern. Watch this. Ooh. You wonder why the show is called Dumbest Stuff on Wheels? Pow! Here's your answer.
That was quite a shot right there.
I'm thinking from that thing jumping up and down that that's got to be a hubcap, which answers the question why race cars don't have hubcaps. Wheel center, something. Wow.
I hate to laugh, but I got to, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know, it's
I'm sorry. I
one of
know
those
people might
things-
get hurt on stuff like that, but I'm sorry.
Right. It's funny now.
Yes, it is.
It wasn't so funny then. Dumbest Stuff on Wheels. Not our show, but it's on at 8 o'clock Eastern, Wednesday. Only on Speed.
Martin Truex Jr. here in the 56 car. He's run a bunch of laps. He's run 27 laps, but he's only 32nd quickest. I get the feeling they are in full race trim to start this practice.
And Kyle Busch continues to log laps. He comes back out after having run 15 laps, and he is 22nd quickest.
He's the one driver that, regardless of what happens with his 4 wins that he has now over these next 3 races, Bob Dillner, he knows he's going to be in the chase for the championship in 2011.
Absolutely, and anytime Kyle Busch comes to this racetrack, all he wants to do is win. 4 wins in the last 5 races here. He's phenomenal, and Dave Rogers knows how to dial this car in for him right now, but they're still working on it in this practice session. In fact, Kyle said it's not turning at all. He feels like the right front is just not working, even though you see a wiggle coming off the corner. So that's what they're working on. They're in race type mode right now, trying to figure out this 18 car, Wendy.
It was well documented. It was well documented last week that Denny Hamlin was running the TRD engine for the first time at Michigan last week, but this week in Bristol, it's back to the Joe Gibbs Racing engine. Now, this is the only race on the schedule left in 2011 that Denny Hamlin will run the JGR engine. He'll return back to TRD's engine starting next week. It was just a simplicity thing for making the engine fit in this particular race car and the chassis they were bringing here to Bristol. Right now, Denny Hamlin's made a few race runs as we check in and zoom in right there on Joe Gibbs, who has been at the racetrack the last couple weeks to watch these changes. But Denny Hamlin in race trim, 35th right now on the practice chart.
That'd be 2 weeks in a row that I know for a fact Joe Gibbs has been here on practicing qualifying day. We saw him at Michigan last Friday.
The 95 is David Starr, and the 27 is, of course, Paul Menard. who is 4th in this practice session. He's only run 7 laps, and that one was his quickest.
You know, you never want to give up horsepower at Bristol Motor Speedway, but if you look at Paul Menard in the spring, he qualified 4th and finished 5th. He was down a cylinder the last 100 laps. They broke a spark plug. So if there's one of the racetracks that you can get by being a little down on power, it would certainly be at this half-mile track, especially in the race.
David Starr doing double duty here in Bristol.
Actually, triple duty.
That's right.
Yeah, triple duty.
So was that double duty twice?
Double and a half duty.
Double and a half. That's it. Time and a half, maybe.
He is 39th right now. He would make the show based on his practice speed.
He made a couple of big races earlier in the year. He made the race at Texas, and remember when he made the race for the Coke 600, it looked like a guy that had won the Daytona 500. Now, the last time they were at the track in Kentucky, they did miss the show.
A couple of bright spots early in this practice are some other non-regulars in the top 10. Jeff Green, Mike Bliss. And Robbie Gordon is a regular, but as one of the drivers who must make the show on time for them to be in the top 10. And there's Bliss, who gets the Phoenix construction ride, the James Finch car, for this weekend.
This is what I love about Bristol. Right now, Carl Edwards is quickest at a 15.78. TJ Bell would miss the show right now at a 16.47. A little less than 3/4 of a second. For qualifying, that will shrink, I think, by a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think it will too, but it always amazes me that you bring this many cars from this many different shops with this many drivers and this many teams working on them, and they all run within a half second or 3/4 of a second. It shows the quality of drivers and the talent level of the guys that work on these things.
Saw the 51 car there a second ago. Mike Bliss is in that this week, not Landon Castle.
Brad Kay, you know, you never wish bad luck on anybody, but if he gets close to a run for this championship, watch out ankles. 3rd quick, and he has not had a bad race since he had that practice crash.
Yeah,
came right back.
3 consecutive top 3 finishes. In fact, his last 10 races, 8 top 10 finishes. And here's the big one. The last 4 races, he has gained 11 spots in the points. And that's almost unheard of, even with this new point system.
He's gained a whole race, 43 points on 10th place in those 4 races. There's a look at it. 2 wins, 4 top 5, 7 top 10s. As far as I'm concerned, he's in the chase. I mean, 2 victories, and where he sits in points, he's going to be a chaser.
They made that strategy call at the Darlington race that we did on Fox, ended up with a top 5, and it's like things just started clicking from there on.
Sure did. We'll take a further look at the point standings in the Sprint Cup Series after this.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, Bam Margera stops by to talk about the Red Bull Soapbox Derby. Plus, creator of Entourage Doug Ellen and Jerry Ferrara stop by the studio. Wednesday at 10 on Speed.
Camping World and Good Sam. One great company with a complete offering of everything RV under one roof. We provide new and used RVs, rentals, accessories, service, collision repair, financing, roadside assistance, warranties, insurance, and exclusive club membership, and much more. With 75 locations, Camping World and Good Sam will bring you peace of mind mile after mile. What are you waiting for? Get outside. But first, come experience the all-new Camping World and Good Sam, united to serve all of your RV and outdoor needs.
AOA Products is a packaging company. Every piece of equipment in my shop runs on electricity. It needs to be plugged in. If it's not, it doesn't work. There would be some very hard decisions for me to make if the energy costs went up. I would have to let some of my employees go. They're like family. I don't want to do that. I want to give work to people, not take it away. So I need something that's going to be there, something that's affordable. Electricity from coal does that for me.
Hello? It's water from the drinking fountain at the mall.
Great tasting tap water can now come from any faucet, anywhere. Introducing the Brita bottle with a filter inside.
I asked for free, and they got free. Who doesn't love free? I like
Free.
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, earn up to 5 free nights with the Choice Privileges Visa card. Learn how at choicehotels.com.
You don't have to go to extreme measures to get better mileage.
Just do simple things like have your tires checked for proper inflation.
Or get your oil changed and your car serviced regularly.
Just routinely change clogged air filters.
At NASCAR, we're even changing our engines to fuel injection in 2012 to increase mileage and performance.
For more car maintenance tips and to enter the Extreme Measure Sweepstakes, visit NASCAR.com/auto.
It's got to be a lot easier than this.
NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to bring us American ethanol, the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Here's a look at the Sprint Cup Series standings, and the plus numbers are how many points each driver is ahead of 11th place, because the top 10 automatically make the chase. The win column does not matter in that regard. But when you get to page 2 after Tony Stewart, it is a different story, because the two that would be in would be Keselowski and Hamlin with 2 wins and 1 win. Menard just barely on the outside looking in with David Reagan. So Paul Menard, if he gets ahead of Hamlin in points and they each have 1 win, Menard would be in the chase with a wild card. Could be David Reagan. Clint Bowyer, though, would have to get all the way to 10th without a win to make the chase. So from Bowyer on down, you kind of have to go for broke at this point in the season.
Yeah, and you said something interesting just before we went to break, and this is what we've talked about a lot. It took Brad Keselowski 11 races to make up 1 race on the 10th place position. We've only got 3 races to go. And Bowyer is half a race out. So if you go off that math, 5.5 races for him to make up the rest of his point. And look, he drove his butt off last week and made up 1 single point on Tony Stewart. And that's my point on some of this stuff as we talk about points, is Bowyer is really racing Tony Stewart and Dale Jr. To get to 10th, 9th, 10th, right in those places. There's only 2 or 3 guys. I don't think anybody else outside that is going to get in on points with 3 races to go. I think it's going to be all about wins now, and the points deal is going to kind of stabilize.
Agreed. Bob?
Kurt Busch in a good mood here in Thunder Valley, 11th quick right now, but not exactly happy with the race car. He says the rear end has 0 grip, and they've been trying to fix that the last couple of runs out. So Kurt Busch is a 5-time winner here. They made a track bar adjustment this last time, but right now he's working on how to figure out that car, get it to just tighten up a little bit, and he thinks that they may need to change the front sway bar on that machine and start playing around with the front end of the machine instead of the rear end.
But honestly, I feel like Kurt Busch, even though Bob mentioned those 5 wins, a lot like Kevin Harvick, a lot like Jeff Gordon, who also has 5 wins here. It's like when they changed this racetrack, they lost a little bit of an advantage that they had. It's been Carl Edwards, it's been Kyle Busch, it's been those guys that's got their arms around it since the change in 07.
Somebody who's struggling is Casey Kane in the 4. He and his Red Bull teammate Brian Vickers are both in the 30s, which may indicate struggling or may indicate they are just working on race runs in the first part of this practice session. Future of that Red Bull team after this year still in doubt, and I think to me the most surprising thing is that there is no news. If they were looking for sponsors and investors, I think we'd hear a lot more chatter about what's going on, but it's been pretty quiet there from Mooresville for a while.
It has. You know, they made that announcement and had that press conference, Jay Fry, and it kind of just went dormant after that.
Red Bull has announced that they are wishing to divest of the team. They may stay in the sport for a while as a sponsor. Casey Kane is moving on to Hendrick Motorsports next year, so things there are up in the air.
But I do get a feeling that a lot of those drivers like Casey Kane, that's on the right-hand side of our scoring monitor, they're making race runs. I think later on in this session they'll flip over and do some practice qualifying.
You know, it's funny. Last week, we talked to Kyle Busch after the race. We talked about being on a roll, having some wins, coming into Bristol. And you know, it was interesting what he said. He said, if you watch the timesheet, I'm never in the top 10 or 15. I'm always 18th, 19th, 25th, somewhere like that. But when they drop the green flag, He said, I get in a rhythm. And I think that's the big deal as we watch Ryan Newman on the racetrack and these guys. This is a rhythm racetrack. You would think 16-second laps, you're up on the wheel, gnawing on it, just snatching and jerking and stabbing and steering. But really, these guys get into a rhythm. And, you know, if your car's really good, then you get in that rhythm and you pass people. Obviously, if your car's really bad, you get into that rhythm of pushing that button and screaming at the crew chief. And that's kind of, so you get in a rhythm either way.
And to support what Kyle is saying, Kyle is 23rd right now. As we have a look at Ryan Newman, who is 22nd. Ryan has run 33 laps.
I was just looking at it, you know, we're only 45 minutes into this practice. It looks like the most laps has been run by A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 car. He's run a total of 42 laps. We have a number of drivers that's run around 39 or 40 laps.
And this is a 2-hour practice session. Then they will take a break, come back out for final practice and qualifying later, all right here on Speed.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Speed presents the greatest collector car event in the world. See the finest, rarest, and most incredible cars on the planet. Watch the auction live. Build your dream collection. Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. Live September 22nd at 4 Eastern on Speed.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load?
Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer.
If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users.
Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
Race day rocks Thunder Valley tomorrow. Clint Boyer and point leader Kyle Busch live. And a look back at what racing is like at Bristol. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot. 5 Eastern, live on Speed.
You know, one of the drivers they're going to talk to, we was talking about him a while ago, Clint Boyer. Is he going to be able to get in his top 10 these next 3 races? 2 short tracks in Atlanta next weekend.
Well, I kind of agree with Kyle that they're going to have to chase points and chase hard because of all the drivers who are close. Boyer is the only one of those who has not won on the 3 tracks that lead to the chase.
And he's actually the only driver outside the top 10 that's within 1 race of those top 10. The rest of them are 48 points or more behind.
And again, the one driver outside the top 10 that we're pretty sure is going to be chasing that Sprint Cup in the latter part of the season is Brad Keselowski. Here's Wendy.
Right now, Brad Keselowski feels okay about his race car, and I explained that a little bit more. Right now, he's in qualifying trim, and they threw some rear shocks at the car the last time he was on pit road. But Brad says it's a touch worse. The spotter came over the radio and said, "You about busted your rear end big time in one," to which Brad responded, "Yeah, we have to keep working on it." Bob?
10th quick for the 5-time champion, Jimmy Johnson right now. It's so noisy out here that Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson just walked in the rig so that they could talk about the car. But you see those dots right there on the front grille? They've made 4 runs, and those dots are significant because they resemble each run they've made on the racetrack. Well, you can also tell by the tape on that grille that they have just switched over to a mock qualifying type mode. They started out in race run, and right now in race runs, they're kind of in the middle of being loose and tight, so a very neutral race car. But they're going to go make a run here and see how fast they can go around this Bristol racetrack.
You know, one more point about Brad Keselowski with those 2 wins and sitting 12th in the points. I think the way this point system is, when we get to the chase, every single point is going to be precious. It's going to be so valuable. And I think there's some fans a little confused about the bonus points. If you're in the top 10 to start the chase, you get your 3 bonus points for each win. Like Kyle Busch would have 12 bonus points, Kevin Harvick would have 9. If you're one of the wild card drivers, like Brad Keselowski is right now, you do not get your bonus points to start the chase. So they'd like to get to the top 10 to have those 6 bonus points right now for the 2 wins.
TJ Bell might have just slapped the wall just a little bit with the right rear of the car a lap ago. Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
And you know what? He has picked it up on the practice sheet significantly with his 50 car. One of the drivers that will have to qualify on time. Wasn't that long ago, he was one of the slowest drivers. He's 12th quickest now with this 50 car.
And it was on that lap that he slapped the wall. That was his fastest lap so far.
He got a good run off turn 4. He just couldn't contain it down the front straightaway. That's a great lap for TJ at 16:20.
And he was back around 42nd when they turned the car over to qualifying trim for that run. So right now, based on practice speeds, and again, we don't know which drivers have and have not made mock qualifying runs. It'd be David Starr, Travis Kvapil, Scott Speed who would be headed for the house tonight. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what happened to Paul Menard here.
Almost looked like right there it may have bottomed out just a little bit. That's something that you fight here a lot. And Wendy, possibly that's what happened to Paul Menard right there.
Yeah, they had started this practice in qualifying trim, which is what he posted the top 4 time up there right now. But they're talking about moving the splitter around on Paul Menard's car because they did bottom out. And he was running different lines in that last run, and the spotter told him, okay, that's about as high as anyone's running right now on the racetrack, as they have already switched over to their race trim. But when they won the Brickyard, Slugger said they became a huge Denny Hamlin fan, because at that time, that was the guy that they wanted to get in the top 10 so that they could get the wild card. Now that view has changed. They are now a huge fan of Brad Keselowski.
Well, he's 77 points out of the top 10. Never say never. That's going to be a tall mountain to climb to gain 77 points in 3 races.
I'm going to say never.
Because here's the situation. Right now, Keselowski gets a wild card based on his wins. If he moves into the top 10 in points, his 2 wins don't matter. Somebody else will get the wild card.
And we went through this last week a little bit. And here's what I'm going to say never. With 4 races in the chase, I think we went through it last week that Matt Kenseth was like of 190 points when we used to have that point system. He was like 86% of a full race outside the win. Okay, he's come from the farthest back to win. These guys are a race and a half out. They're almost 2 races out. Nobody's come from that in history in 4 races ago, so you can't expect them to come in 3 races ago. That's why I say I'm just down to Boyer being the only guy in my mind that can get it on points.
Practice continues at Bristol. We're almost halfway through this first session.
Dumbest Stuff on Wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Where'd you get that idea? How'd you learn to do that? What'd you use? Every project we finish comes with a story built in. It's how our rough ideas become, you did that yourself? So when we can save more on the projects that let us fix, make, and do more, well, that just makes the stories even better. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Add some style to your sink with this Moen Banbury faucet for the new lower price of $79.
Hi, I'm Abby Wambach, and I used my head a lot to score in this year's World Cup. I'm here to tell you how you can score the hottest money-saving device since the invention of the telephone. It's called the Magic Jack. I used it to call home every day for free, saving me hundreds of dollars. I love Magic Jack, and you will too.
2 for $3.
You're welcome. Helping.
What a nice young man.
Pass it on.
My goodness.
A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
I better get out of here. Ooh.
53.5 minutes into this 2-hour practice session for the Sprint Cup Series at Bristol Motor Speedway. Sprint takes you for an inside look at what's happening right now inside the series. Fastest in practice on his very first lap, 15.78 seconds, 121.5 miles an hour for Carl Edwards. For more, go to sprint.com/speed.
Jeff Gordon here in the 24 car. We got the report a while ago. He just was not very happy with the way this car was driving. He's 21st quickest. He's run a total of 38 laps so far.
It looks pretty good, hook in the bottom.
So he lets it ride up just a little bit in the middle of the corner. Very few cars are just absolutely hugging the bottom of the racetrack, and they're doing it more so in 1 and 2, I think, than in 3 and 4. You just almost tell where the black's at.
Montoya, 20th on the speed chart.
Honestly, I think as far as both of the Earnhardt Ganassi cars, it's just about trying to win a race this year and try to get things sorted out. Montoya about a month in, working with his new crew chief, Jim Pullman, and just trying to get things back on track with both those cars, McMurray and Montoya.
Hey, who's having a pretty good practice? J.J. Yaley in the number 55. He's in the top 20. His 4th lap was his quickest so far. And that is the entered as the Front Row Motorsports Ford. Derek Finley is the crew chief.
It's been pretty quick in this Ford. He was fairly quick at Michigan. In fact, we've got 6 of our go-home drivers that's in the top 20 right now. Jeff Green, Michael McDowell, Robbie Gordon, all in the top 10. TJ Bell is 12th. David Strimmy is 16th. And Yaley is 19th in his 55 car.
It's a lazy days on the hood of that car for J.J. Yaley. Brad Keselowski back out for another run. His lap times have dropped off about 6/10 from where he started. That is pretty typical when drivers switch over to race trim from qualifying trim. Here's Bob.
Matt Kenseth about to head back out to the racetrack. He's been battling a very tight race car, which is a little bit unusual. There's so many people loose around this racetrack today. 26 quick right now. Remember, Kenseth very good here. In fact, he's finished 4th and 5th in the last 2 spring races here, 10th in the last 2 August races. A new left rear spring on that machine to see if it can loosen it up just a little bit.
This has actually been one of Matt's better tracks as far as qualifying. He's got a pole here, and about half of his 23 races close to him has been top 10 starts.
Is that one of those days that, as Ryan Newman would have said, the throttle stuck?
I don't think that's the case here at Bristol. Maybe at Michigan, but not at Bristol.
Not here. Last week, Ryan was ribbing about Matt's fast lap, but the throttle must have stuck.
And then Matt went out and sat on the outside the front row
right
next to his teammate Greg Biffle in the 16 who got the pole last week at Michigan. That was a strange race last week. It was such a day of comers and goers.
Yeah.
If you look at the early part of the race, Greg Biffle, that 80-something laps, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was good. But I think two things went on. The first half of that race, it was very cloudy, very overcast, and then the sun came out. The other thing, when they started that race, we talked about this track rubbering in. That racetrack had no rubber on it. It rained hard Saturday night, and then I think about the time the sun came out, that racetrack really got rubbered in. That's when the 18 car of Kyle Busch and the 48 of Jimmy Johnson really came to life.
Yeah, it was funny. The 16, as you said, Greg Biffle owned the first third of the race, and Matt Kenseth was right there. And then I felt like that Jeff Gordon owned the center part of the race, and Matt Kenseth and the 18 car of Kyle Busch was right there. And then in the end, Matt kind of faded. He was 4th or 5th and couldn't pit where he was at. He could not come in and get tires there at the end. And it forced his hands, and it became Kyle's race to win.
Here's the Dinger, 24th, and Richard Petty's Ford. Edsel Ford was in town yesterday at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. They unveiled a new exhibit that includes a replica of the sweepstakes, the car in which Henry Ford I, 110 years ago, raced Alexander Winton, who was the Rick Hendrick of the day, in a match race. And Winton had been winning everything. And Henry Ford, because he came up with some spark plugs that had ceramic insulation, was able to hold off Winton and beat him. And because he did, he was able to generate enough backers and capital to found the Ford Motor Company. It was Henry's first and only auto race in which he competed. He won it. His wife famously said that in a letter to a friend that Henry has covered himself in dust and glory, which then became Leo Levine's title for his book about Ford racing.
So wait a minute, he had the porcelain spark plugs?
Yeah.
He couldn't compete in NASCAR now. The rules are too tight. He can't change it.
Each week, 4 new car freaks.
Everything in this car is done by me.
Pit their passions against their peers.
Winning is what I do.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules. Wednesday at 9 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Another good thing about Geico is they've got, like, real live people working there 24/7. So, like, say you need to report a claim, right? A real person will be there to help you. Then you can use Geico.com to view photos of the damage, track your claim, print an estimate. You want an English muffin? They literally hand you a toasted muffin with butter and jam. Oh, it's tasty. That's a complete dramatisation, of course, but you get my point.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp Razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
The race suit is made for me. The car is made for me. And the pizza, well, that's made for me too.
Hunt Brothers Pizza is made for people like Kevin Harvick. It's baked fresh in more than 6,000 convenience stores and corner markets in America for people who are always racing from one place to another. Which means one thing.
Made for me.
Visit hvpracing.com to learn how you can buy pizza and get free racing gear.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed.
Welcome back to Bristol. We've had nationwide practice and now an hour of Sprint Cup practice, and look how the track, the concrete surface, has taken rubber and rubbered up, as they say. At the bottom of the screen is how it looked at the start of nationwide practice at 9 a.m. this morning, and then there's a look just a second ago at Carl Edwards and how much rubber is worked into the racing surface.
Yeah, these teams only have 5 sets of tires to work with for practice of qualifying. I look at drivers like Brian Vickers that's run 67 laps. In the spring, you'd almost went through 2 sets of tires to run those 67 laps, because when it's like it was at the bottom and stays that way, it just wears the tires out.
Here's Bob.
You guys were wondering about Jeff Gordon's machine just a few moments ago because it looked pretty stable, and honestly, it is relatively stable, but no change to that car over the last couple runs, and they've been really working on it. In fact, Jeff said it's just tight. It's sliding the nose, it's hitting the splitter, so Alan Gustafson and that team changing the left rear spring and also making some front end changes on this car for Jeff Gordon. He's awfully good here, but Jeff admitted this morning, you know what, since the change to this style of race car, he's really struggled with dialing in the race car to this racetrack. So that's what they've struggled with, and of course they changed the racing service here just a few years ago, so a lot of change for Jeff Gordon over the years here at Bristol.
Thanks, Bob. Have a look at the roof of the car, and we see these boxes quite often, especially in August at Bristol. The long hose leads to the driver. It is ducted to him. You see that machine on the top with a bit of carbon fiber, a big DeWalt battery, and that's a cool box. That sends cool air to the driver. And I thought, wow, would Scott love to have one of those for summer shootouts? So I made the mistake of inquiring. The unit they used about 2 generations ago is about $4,000. That one's a lot more.
Yeah, they're not cheap, but you used to just drag a fan out there with an extension cord, but it's come a long way since then.
3 drivers who have had a chance to dominate at Bristol. They are each 5-time winners.
But to Bob Dillner's point, this new car plus this new configuration, it has been since 2002 since Jeff Gordon won here at Bristol. Look at the laps that Jeff Gordon has led at this place. That's almost 5 races.
Well, you know, we were looking at it last week at Michigan and some of those racetracks like that. When you go back and look over the last 10 or 15 years at the laps led when he was winning those championships and winning 7-8 races a year and stuff, you look at those numbers and they are incredible numbers, phenomenal numbers. We did a thing on the other day in the first 6 seasons, and I don't know exactly, I'm going to get these wrong. In the first 6 seasons of Jeff's career, he won like 40-some races and 2 championships or something like that. Jimmy's won 30-some races and 5 championships. And when you start looking at numbers like that and laps led and all that stuff, everybody falls short of that.
Yeah.
I mean, the King, Earnhardt Sr., I mean, when you look at their first 6 to 6,
right,
it's an amazing 6 years that those 2 drivers, their first 6 years in the sport put together.
And more amazing because the competition is tougher now in that there are more potential winning teams now than there were 10.
Incredible. Those stats blew me away the other day when we were looking at it.
One interesting point that you and I were discussing was that Tony Stewart's and Kyle Busch's stats to that point are very similar.
Very, very similar. And I compare Kyle's numbers, and I know I'm going to get a lot of hate on this because I don't believe in that 101 number or whatever it is. But when you look at his 23 wins in 6 years and you look at and compare that to Tony had a championship in that time and Kyle doesn't. But that's the biggest variance in where you're looking. But you start putting Kyle Busch's stats up against Jimmy Johnson's or up against Jeff Gordon's, and there's no comparison. Kyle doesn't stack up in that category with those 2 guys.
Yeah, looking at Jeff Gordon from 1995 to 1998, 4 seasons, 3 championships. He finished 2nd the other year, 40 wins. In other words, he averaged 10 wins a year in those 4 years. One of the years he had 13 wins. The other one he had 7. The other 2 was 10 wins a season.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wendy?
Guys, we're talking about Tony Stewart. He's out of his race car right now. There he's been chatting with Ronnie Crooks, or RC as they call him in the garage area, who's best known for shocks, and that's something they've thrown at the 14 car all day long. They've been throwing shocks right now. When he talked about the security of his race car, he said it's good in and off the turn, which is what you need at Bristol. However, in the center of the turn for Tony Stewart, it chatters the nose in the center. So Darian Grubb, the crew chief, has called the 14 car on scales, and they're making some major adjustments to see if they can get that chatter to go away.
Taking a look at a tire there, Wendy, coming off of Jimmy Johnson's car, and you can see where the left rear quarter panel was rubbing against that tire. That was during a qualifying run for Jimmy Johnson, and they banged out that left rear quarter panel. He's basically saying the 48 is a little tight getting in, and he improved from 10th fastest, and that's Ron Malik, the car chief right there, that has been banging out that quarter panel. 7th quick right now in this mock qualifying run. He was the winner here last spring, so Jimmy Johnson hoping to pick up another victory before they get to the chase.
Ron Malik has found the only shade on pit road, up and under the wheel well of that car. And shade is really at a premium. There are no garages here at Bristol. You work right out on pit road. It's in the mid-80s. It's bright sun. It's hot. It's humid. It's hard. This is work.
You know, Bob reporting about that left rear tire rubbing on the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson and them having to beat that quarter panel. Saw that in the Nationwide Series practice. Several teams were having to beat the left rear quarter. Kyle and I were talking before the show. I think this is probably one of the few tracks where these drivers, these crews and teams are running more of an old conventional setup. In other words, they're not down on the front springs and probably got halfway conventional rear springs in the rear of the car.
And remember, we always used to have to beat the left. I mean, you'd clearance that thing and you could put a Maxwell House coffee can up in there and you'd come up here and still rub this Goodyear off the sidewalk. Because this place, the car compresses, it rolls, it moves, it jumps, it does all that stuff. That's a good point. I bet that car does have more of a conventional setup.
Get some of the marbles off the tires as practice continues at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Journey back to the day when one era ended and another began. Relive one of NASCAR's most epic races.
It was one of the closest battles ever in NASCAR history.
The Day, Atlanta 1992, Thursday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Hi. Hi. I'm doing my back to school shopping and I saw another store's ad for these crayons at a lower price.
No problem, I can match that right here.
Oops, I don't have the ad.
You don't need it.
Oh. What about a coupon for these pens?
Yeah, easy.
Why does the glue not stick to the glue stick?
Well, it's very complicated, but it has to do with oxygen.
I knew that.
We're so confident in our low prices every day on everything for back to school, we back it with our easy ad match guarantee. Get kids and juniors graphic tees for just $5 to $7.50. Save money, live better, Walmart.
Experiments fail. Technologies fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
Water was meant to be perfect. Crisp, clear, untouched. That's why there's Brita, to make the water we drink taste a little more perfect. Reduce lead and other impurities with the advanced filtration system of Brita.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield.
Helps stop particles from building up as deposits.
How?
Well, first it attracts particles.
Like a bug lamp.
Right, then it captures them.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Like a black hole.
Like a black hole in a Venus flytrap.
Then it disperses them like a t-shirt cannon.
Like a snowblower.
Like polyisobutamides. Okay, like a snowblower.
Sounds powerful.
Stop small particles
from becoming big problems.
Do you always?
Yes.
Right.
Help stop deposits before they start with Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Witnessing the sheer spectacle of NASCAR inspired Neil and his friends to share their passion for speed and power. One customized ringtone at a time. Now each call reminds them that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Wednesday on Speed, as the old schoolyard saying goes, and your ride drools. My Ride Rules, all new episode. 4 new car fanatics face off in a wild car competition. It's Wednesday at 9 Eastern only on Speed. That reminds me, if you like that kind of thing, Food Lion Auto Fair is going on down at Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend. Acres and acres of classic cars on display, cars for sale, parts. Keep me away from there.
It's amazing. I was over there yesterday, I guess Thursday, when people were coming in.
I didn't see you.
No,
I was there all day.
I was just mooning around, messing around.
Yeah.
But so many nice stuff, so much original stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I like. I mean, you go there, original steering wheels, original horn rings. You know what I mean? I mean, stuff that you do when you're restoring a car and you're working on stuff, and some incredible automobiles.
My problem going there, and I'll be back there on Sunday for the day and help judge, the best in show car. My problem is I always go home with more stuff than I brought. And this year we brought a car to sell, but I know we'll bring one home.
Yeah, you may bring 2 home.
Yeah, it could be trouble. Terry Labonte has 2 wins in Thunder Valley and is back to the track. being the number 32.
He had a few races where he was leading with 10 or 15 to go, and a man named Earnhardt had a little something to say about that.
Or 1 to go?
Yeah.
David Gilliland. David's 27th fastest right now, 16:29. His best lap. That's just about half second off the quickest laps. Thanks, Bristol fans on the hood of that car, and a bunch of them have had their names added to the hood for helping out and supporting Front Row. There's that car back with the illegible sponsor. That is Scott Speed. What we say was Engine Parts Plus is what it, just take my word for it. That's what's on the quarter panel.
Well, Scott Speed needs to find some speed because he's been the slowest of our 46 drivers through most of this practice session. He's scheduled to be in this car for the rest of 2011, but they're going to have to get on with it if they want to make this race the race here at Bristol tomorrow night.
As of practice speeds right now, and Scott picks up to 40th, but still Scott Speed, David Starr, and Travis Kvapil are most at risk of going home today when qualifying comes up live on Speed later this afternoon. Jeff Green fastest of the go or go home group, then Michael McDowell, Robbie Gordon, and TJ Bell. Stremme, Yaley, Nemechek, Skinner, and then these three. Andy Lally had what I think was probably the greatest tweet ever, and it had nothing to do with how loose that Shotwell and Schulte Ventures number 71 is. He tweeted the other day when the earthquake happened that I believe his sister lives in the town that was where it was the epicenter of the earthquake, and they had no damage. That was very comforting to read. About 10 minutes later, he tweets, "Oh, my sister sent a picture. You can't imagine how much damage there is." So I linked to the picture. It's a little plastic lawn chair falling over on its side. That was it. That was probably the best gotcha I've seen in 6 months on Twitter.
You spend way too much time on Twitter.
No, I'm just reading your stuff.
Way too much
just
time.
Reading your
man.
stuff.
Way
That's
too much
it.
time.
This was a classic case of Andy Lally in that 71 car. Looks like his car was a little free getting in the corner, and then it looked like it bottomed out like we've seen some of the other drivers do right in the middle of the corner.
Wendy?
Denny Hamlin right now 37th in this practice session. They haven't made any qualifying runs, obviously right now being that far deep. He said it's tightened up a little bit, but the entry from the center is a little bit too free for Denny Hamlin. Now, I had asked them about running some qualifying trim runs later on, and they said they weren't sure if they were going to switch over, which to me wouldn't make sense. You would want to run a qualifying trim, wouldn't you guys, to get a later time start the quicker you go in practice?
I would definitely want to go as late as possible here with it starting about 5 o'clock, because as close as it's going to be, if you can just gain a little grip with the track temperature coming down, that's going to be huge. I know the one thing Denny Hamlin said this week, as far as race trim, I know what we're going to do. We're just going to put Kyle Busch's setup under the car.
Okay. David Rudiman in the Aaron's 00, and you see that's a bicyclist on the hood of the car.
He de-accelerated.
Freedom Ride 2011 is a very noble cause.
Yeah, what this is Atlanta firefighters will ride bicycles to New York City to commemorate the lives of firefighters and first responders who lost their lives during the attacks on 9/11. Roughly 25 Atlanta firefighters will travel 1,035 miles to commemorate those guys that lost their lives, guys and girls that lost their lives.
A noble cause. FreedomRide2011.com is where you can get more information.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. And we look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live Saturday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Amazing. Inspiring. breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Ask me.
Even if you think your mattress is just fine,
Ask me what it's like to get your best night's sleep every night.
why not talk to someone who's sleeping on the most highly recommended bed in America? It's not a Sealy or a Simmons or a Serta.
Ask me about my Tempur-Pedic.
Ask me how fast I fall asleep.
Ask me about staying asleep.
These are actual Tempur-Pedic owners. Ask someone you know. Check out Twitter. Try your friends on Facebook. You'll hear it all, unedited.
Ask me how it feels after 10 years.
Ask me if it's a good value. Just ask me.
There are over 4 million Tempur-Pedic owners, and they're more satisfied than owners of any traditional mattress brand.
Ask me why I feel better every morning.
Ask me why someone who's never had an ache or a pain is in love with this bed.
Start asking real owners.
Ask me how we took the first step.
Take the first step. Call today for your free information kit with DVD. 1-800-891-9043 or visit Tempur-Pedic.com.
Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America.
You don't have to go to extreme measures to get better mileage.
For more car maintenance tips and to enter the Extreme Measure Sweepstakes, visit NASCAR.com/auto.
Welcome back to Bristol. About 40 minutes left in this practice session. We want to update you on an incident in nationwide practice earlier today on TJ Bell's car, the Make Motorsports Chevrolet. Crewman Corey Howe was working underneath the car when it rolled back, pinning him beneath the rear sway bar mount. He was transported to Wellmont Health Facility in Kingsport, where Howe underwent treatment and tests for his injuries. All tests for severe injury came back negative. He is in the hospital, listed in good condition, and the team will release further updates on Corey Howe when available. But certainly that's good news.
Oh, it's great news because it was very scary. They ended up stopping practice to get him out of the racetrack, so that's wonderful news.
Martin Truex, 35th in this session. 16:34 is the quickest lap for the Napa Toyota thus far. Okay, trivia time once again. All right, go. Toyota, it has been announced, will pace the Daytona 500 in 2012. And I went back through all my materials back through the late 60s, and I could not find an instance where an import nameplate has been the pace car for the Daytona 500 previously.
And for the one at for the Daytona, yeah, for the 500.
Right.
For the big track.
Yes.
What about on the beach? I'm just asking.
You know, I don't.
You think an import ever?
No.
I know a Jaguar paced the cars at Lakewood in Atlanta a couple of times.
Right.
Okay, so we can go back to tracks like that. But I wondered about the beach.
And Bill France Sr. was good friends with Paul Whiteman and a lot of sports car racers.
A lot of sports car guys.
Of course, they had the road course at Daytona. Yes. But I don't know. We'll have to let one of our more historical-minded types.
That's amazing that a car has not. I mean, an import has not.
A Porsche Audi paced it in 1971.
The 500?
Y'all had that. Y'all were synchronized.
Yes, wait a minute. No. I think
the 500.
I think a Ford Torino paced it in 91. But you know what? We're going to have to do some further research.
What year did you say? 71 or 91?
71.
Let's go to Bob.
You see the 99 car on the scale pads here on pit road. That team told me they would like to get another victory before they get into the chase. They only have that sole victory back at Vegas earlier in the year. They think it could be this weekend. In fact, he's at top of the charts right now. And remember, that was his first lap on the racetrack in a mock qualifying run. They're in race mode right now. And crew chief Bob Osborne says, honestly, they're very good. They're just playing right now, guys, with some spring and shock packages here. You see Bob Osborne right there taking some notes. Right now, Carl just reported after that last run, honestly, it's easier to drive, and it gets easier and easier with each change we make. It's still a little bit loose up-off right when I get near the wall, but that's about it, Larry Mack.
Hey, Bob, quick question. We've talked about a late draw because when the track cools down, even though it's a concrete surface, it's going to gain some grip. How much would you say it has heated up in the last hour and 20 minutes since practice started?
You know, honestly, I'm sweating profusely down here. It's pretty hot, muggy down here. I'm going to check for you, Larry Mack, with one of the tire guys on these teams, because even though this is a cement-type racetrack, that black area where the rubber is building up, I know that'll get awfully hot. So let me check on that and get back to you, buddy.
Yeah, because I would say in the last 10, 15 minutes of this practice, which is about 20, 30 minutes away, we'll see some more mock qualifying runs. It just matters how much the track is heated up and lost grip in that hour and 20 minutes.
Did he say this was a cement-type racetrack? I thought it was cement.
Well, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Like a cement pond, right?
Yeah, he said it's a cement-type racetrack. I'm just asking.
All right. It's on the Daytona International Speedway website.
They're liars.
Yeah. They had a long relationship with Pontiac, and in fact, in 1972, Pontiac signed to be the official pace car of Daytona, which through 2003, nothing paced the race but a Pontiac. Beginning in 2004, Corvettes. 2010, the Mustang. 2011, the Camaro. The Ford I was thinking of, and the only time a Ford paced the race before the Mustang 2 years ago, was 1970, Ford Torino GT. But in 1971, it was never an Audi. That's the wrong part here. The Porsche 914, which was a four-cylinder mid-engine sports car, ugly, dumpster ugly. I mean, really ugly car.
What is the Carmen Ghia ugly?
No, uglier than the Carmen Ghia was pretty compared to that.
Oh.
The Porsche 914 was never sold as an Audi. In Europe, it was sold as a Volkswagen. But in the U.S., it was sold as a Porsche, and later the 914 six-cylinder was a pretty potent performance car.
How come I feel like I'm at Barrett Jackson?
That was the pace car in 1971.
I did not know that.
I didn't either.
I would have never. Could we get a picture of that? Could we get a picture of that pace car?
There's
Let's
no
go to
picture
trailer Mark Smith and get a picture.
No picture on the website. So far, it's been a Danica-free practice. That may change when we come back.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, Bam Margera stops by to talk about the Red Bull Soapbox Derby.
Who wants to see Adam Carolla crash?
Dan and Matt pit classic 80s cars against Toyotas of today.
Oh my God, it's a photo finish.
Plus, creator of Entourage Doug Ellen and Jerry Ferrara stop by the studio. Yes, you will feel dirty when this is done. Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
When Valvoline asked me to try recycled oil with next-gen technology, I jumped on it, and jumped on it, and jumped on it. Never knew recycling could feel so good.
Valvoline Next Gen. It's a win for your engine and the environment.
Oh, Rudy, you're so nice to me.
Well, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, and you're funny too, that's cute.
Mike, there's nothing funny about it. I'm the new Aaron spokesperson now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Did you empty my bedpan?
Hey.
I'm the man.
Yeah, Mr. Butler's here. Come on.
Okay.
You stand right here behind me, the official Aaron spokesperson, handpicked by Mr. Ken Butler.
What a suck-up.
Action. Remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on brand name furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers,
you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
Juicy Johnsonville sausage, made with only premium cuts of pork since 1945. Johnsonville, sausage is all we do.
Kim and James are what you might call overly protective, especially behind the wheel. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, Allstate gives them a bonus twice a year for being safe drivers. Dollar per dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate.
You know, if they stop running race cars on track, we'll tell you all about our Rancheros and El Caminos. And at Barrett Jackson, beginning Thursday, September 22nd in Las Vegas, where too much is never enough. You'll see some wild rides. I wanted that Z28. Of course, I had one just like it back in the day, so I probably don't need another one. Or so I'm told. I don't need another one.
You'll be at Barrett Jackson.
Who told you that?
Yeah, that would be my wife.
Okay.
Yeah. And she was right, of course. Barrett Jackson starting September 22nd, 4 Eastern. Only on Speed. I got a better pass. I'm not afraid to use it. So if you want one, let me know. I'll get that. A Porsche paced the Daytona 500.
I cannot believe it.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember it either.
Nope. They say it's so.
Yeah, I could believe a Porsche would pace the IROC race. but not the Daytona 500. Remember when they run Porsches at Daytona in Rock Race?
1 year.
Yeah.
The little Easter eggs.
Yeah. I think the King ended up on his roof on the back stretch.
Joey Logano here in the 20 car right now. He's 18th quickest. Joey has run a total of 71 laps.
Really? We're going back to racing?
We're going to go back to what's on the monitor.
Okay, let's go back to what's on the monitor.
We're going to try that just for one segment.
I don't know what's happened to us today.
It's Bristol, baby. Bob.
Well, Mike, on this cement racetrack, you like that? Kyle Petty got you there. I just asked about the track temperature from the beginning of this practice for you, Larry Mack, and to where it is right now. And it's actually raised about 15 degrees on that black patch from the earlier on in practice to right now. It's currently 129 degrees on the racetrack. So it is a big difference when Carl Edwards set that fast speed early on to when these guys are doing the qualifying runs right now.
And that may make it a challenge for anybody to run faster than that 1578. I figured it was about 15 or 20 degrees because we had a graphic a while ago that showed where the ambient temperature has come up 7 degrees, and it's normally about a 2-to-1 ratio ambient to what the track comes up.
All right, we're not going to bore you to death about rancheros and El Caminos, but where Marcus Ambrose is from in Australia, they still make them. They don't call them rancheros and El Caminos. They call them utes, as in utility vehicles. Bench seat, 2-passenger, pickup bed in the back, based on a Ford Falcon or a Holden.
Okay, utes from my cousin Benny. Yeah, the utes. Utes over there.
No, not those utes.
Not those.
Those utes are people under 21.
Remember the Laguna with the slope nose back in the...
Yeah, the S3.
Yes. Did they put a nose like that on an El Camino?
Yes.
I saw one the other day, and I'm thinking, I got to ask somebody about that. And I didn't know whether that was somebody had taken and put that Laguna nose on an El Camino, or whether it came on.
That Laguna was a bad race car.
Bad to the bone race car, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bad to the bone. But now we got Camrys. Just thought I'd throw that out. Muscle names like Laguna. Camry? I don't know.
And Impala's.
Just Impala's kind of fast. That seems fast. Camry, what does that mean? What is a Camry? Oh, you can't speak. I'm sorry.
It's a Toyota.
I've got no sponsors.
What's a Toyota? It's a Camry.
Yeah,
I can speak. I got
it's
no
imported
sponsors.
from Kentucky. That's what Andy Graves says. And he's right. Meanwhile, this is a Fusion. Wendy.
You guys are having way too much fun up there today. You don't even have the heat coming down on you guys. Okay, Greg Biffle right now, 22nd in practice. Keep in mind, guys, we just saw him get it really loose, and he's too free, and it's shoving the nose on the 16. He comes into Bristol 13th in points with 0 wins. If he were to get a win in the next 3 races, he would be in the wild card, and Denny Hamlin, who sits 14th in points, would be out. They are strictly working on race runs right now. They've run over 50 laps, 23rd on the chart now in practice, but his teammate Carl Edwards obviously has put in some qualifying trim runs and is fastest in this practice.
Now we've had a little bit of a change up at the front. Regan Smith in this 78 car, he just jumped up the 4th quickest. He ran a 15.96. Also Matt Kenseth jumped up the 6th quickest, and also Brian Vickers is now in the top 10 as 9th in that 83 car. So a little bit of change up in the top 10.
From Wikipedia, where most everything is right and some isn't. The name Camry is an anglicized phonetic transcription of the Japanese word kanmuri, which means crown. And back in the 1950s, there was a model of Toyota called the Toyota Crown. So using the Japanese translation and trying to anglicize it, they came up with a word that nobody could argue about because the word didn't previously exist. Camry.
And you expected me to give you that answer a while ago.
I didn't expect that answer at all, much less a Japanese pronunciation.
Do not give him that computer
Take
no
that thing
more.
away. I'm just saying Mustang, Camaro, Charger, Camry.
Yeah, it's kind of Pokemon sounding,
that's
isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. And we look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live Saturday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Where'd you get that idea? How'd you learn to do that? What'd you use? Every project we finish comes with a story built in. It's how our rough ideas become, you did that yourself? So when we can save more on the projects that let us fix, make, and do more, well, that just makes the stories even better. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Add some style to your sink with this Moen Banbury faucet for the new lower price of $79.
At Goodyear, everything we've learned making these tires inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
Critics are cheering. Warrior is as unforgettable as Rocky.
You're my big brother, you bailed on me.
It's a powerful, emotional story for everyone and one of the best films of 2011.
Go War!
From the director of Miracle, Warrior, rated PG-13, in theaters September 9th.
The Car Show with Adam Carolla. There's another Toyota Sunday game. Wednesday, all new episode, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Adam had a great drive out at Monterey in the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion this last week. But he's going to take on the New York Auto Show in this week's episode. Hope they have as much fun as we do.
There you go.
Someone has tweeted. It is a Porsche 915, the mid-engine four-cylinder sports car.
There it is on the bank. Can you people at home see it? No. I guess not. It's on my phone.
We'll put our graphics department on that. And can you hold that up to camera? Maybe we can shoot it.
I think we could. Are we going to get in trouble?
No.
I mean, I got to go back to it. Oh, there it is.
It's a Speedway archive photo, actually. As we watch Carl Edwards, who is fastest in this practice, by the way, in his Aflac Ford Fusion. So the one previous time that a foreign nameplate paced the Daytona 500 from Kyle's Twitter page, there it is, and you see the lettering is just like every other Daytona pace car of the day. I can't read what's on the hood and a whole bunch else, but
glad I got a manicure.
Now you note they have the date of the race right there. That's because the pace car was always used out before the race doing promotional work, so people would understand. So there you go. What's your Twitter address?
Kyle Petty.
At Kyle Petty, and mine is at MikeJoy500. And thanks for sending that.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Now everybody knows. Carl has run 49 laps. His last lap 16:48, and that's about what he's been running in race trim. About 7/10 off his quickest lap of this session.
He's qualified on the front row the last two races, on the pole in the spring race, and then qualified on the outside of the front row a year ago. This is Jeff Burton, the 31 car right now, Jeff's 9th quickest. See his car actually get a little bit loose getting into turn 3 and then walks up the racetrack right in the middle. And his jumped loose the minute he went to pick the throttle
as
up.
he goes to the gas. And that's two totally different types of looseness, and give the driver two totally different feels in the car. And it's hard because these corners, you know, we talk about this racetrack, but these corners are really tight. You barrel off into them so incredibly fast that you're on the brake, you're off the brake, you're turning and back to the gas all at the same time, it seems like.
Meanwhile, Matt Kenseth has just jumped up to 3rd fastest in this practice session. Bob?
And right now the 22 for Kurt Busch is up on the scale pads. They're switching over to qualifying trim right now. He's 18th quick, and Kurt was starting to get a little bit antsy inside that car because it was just breaking loose, and he kept on begging for a new sway bar. Well, in the final run, he finally got what he wanted, and it was exactly what the doctor ordered, to tighten up that car just a little bit. So Kurt is just waiting to get back in this car right now. Remember, he's a 5-time winner here, and he got the pole back in 06, the last time he won at Thunder Valley.
But I love the story about Kurt Busch. Yeah, he's run 21 races here, and as Bob just pointed out, he's won 5 times. But his first race here in March of 2001, he was in 3 different wrecks in the first 115 laps finally put it out of its misery. There was no tunnel to get out of here. He said, I had to sit on top of the hauler and watch almost 400 laps of racing. I decided I would approach Bristol a little different when I came back in August.
The Busch brothers at Bristol, 5 wins apiece.
Look at the laps that Kyle Busch has led here. Almost 1,400 laps in only 13 starts. And you know, they asked Kyle this week, why do you like Bristol? Because he's won 3 consecutive truck races here up until the other night. He's won in the Nationwide Series. He said, I never ran on anything like this racetrack. I just liked it the minute I first started running on it.
That's my Bob. It used to be just me and him. Then one morning he tries Just for Men. Says here it targets only the gray, fast and easy, replacing it with his natural tones.
Hello, Bob.
Hello. Apparently that's not the only thing it replaces. I'm glad Bob's happy.
Hi there.
Just for Men. Live forward.
I've been an unpaid spokesman for Z-Max for over 25 years.
I'm still passionate about the business, still building cars, and loving every minute of it.
Z-Max not only improves performance, but it improves emissions. It'll improve your mileage. It penetrates the metal. Z-Max works in any type of vehicle. I've got my reputation to protect. I recommend Z-Max because I know it works.
The suit is made for me. The truck is made for me. The pizza, well, it's made for me too.
Hut Brothers Pizza is made for people like Elliot Sadler. It's baked fresh in more than 6,000 convenience stores and corner markets in America for people who are always racing from one place to another. Which means one thing.
It's made for me.
Visit hbpracing.com to learn how you can buy pizza and get free racing gear.
Always puts you right where you're supposed to be. NASCAR home tracks, where what happens on the track is just part of the story.
Here's your Speed Inside deal for Labor Day weekend at Atlanta. Purchase a Speed Inside Deal Sunday Pit Pass and get 50% off. Visit speed.com/deals. 20 minutes to go in this practice session. David Reagan and the UPS Ford team over on the far side of the board. Perhaps still making race runs. 16:33 their quick time so far. And Jimmy Johnson currently 13th quickest. He's run 51 laps. His 42nd lap was his fastest so far at 16:09 in the Lowe's Cobalt Tool Chevy.
Chad Knaus up on top of the hauler watching his 48 car make laps around this racetrack. It's been getting closer and closer to a year since this 48 car and Jimmy Johnson sat on the pole. Dover, September of last year.
Now their hauler in front of the media center, you can see up at the turn 3 and 4 end of the speedway. Larry, if you had a choice, would you want to be up watching your car from turns 3 and 4 or turns 1 and 2, or doesn't it matter?
I think as long as I can see one end or the other. I mean, Kyle, I think, could talk about this a lot better than I can. I've never made a single lap around Bristol, but the two ends are a little bit different, I think, as far as the way you drive them.
The way you drive them, they're really different. You'll go into turn 1 here, and until this car change and some of the stuff, you would go in, just come off the line, and almost clip the block over there where it says Irwin Tools. You would almost be on the flat coming out of turn 2 with your left side. But going into turn 3, the car wants to wash way up the racetrack, and it doesn't in turn 1. The car never seems to want to wash up the racetrack in turn 1. But coming off 4, it just feels like you're coming into a tunnel. It's 2 totally separate ends, and you've got to compromise one end or the other, and you've got to compromise your exits.
Recently, Kevin Harvick did this in New York City, and this week Jimmy Johnson did it in Chicago. Winged the first pitch at a historic ballpark, in this case right there, Wrigley Field. Wonderful place to see a race. I hope Jimmy's wearing number 48. I mean, gosh. He is, and there it is. To Coleman, a little high and outside, but what the heck? Just to be there at that historic ballpark and cheer on the Cubs and sing during the 7th inning stretch. Oh yeah, that's baseball, Bob.
Let's just say that his car, a little bit loose right there, is actually better than his pitch the other day at Wrigley Field. Right now, Jimmy Johnson working on the balance, and they had been on the tight side, 14th quick right now, but you can see they've gone a little bit to the loose side, and what they're still working on, Chick and House after the most previous run said, hey, I don't hear the car hitting on the chip, so we need to work on that just a little bit. But Jimmy Johnson, wow, he's got a handful there.
Well, Mike, I go back to what you asked me about an hour and 45 minutes ago about all this practice during the day, in qualifying, late afternoon, early evening, racing at night. It's trying to anticipate how much this car is going to change. Now, back in the day, you would almost try to have your car pretty loose right now, knowing that it was going to tighten up into the nighttime. That's not the case today, and I think this Goodyear tire combination that we run today is throwing a lot of teams and a lot of drivers a curveball, because it's not the conventional track cools down, car tightens up. In some cases, we've seen it actually get looser into the nighttime.
Jimmy's dropped down the chart a bit, down to 15th. David Stremme up to 12th now. Ryan Newman into the top half dozen.
Ryan is the track record holder. I will never, ever forget that day. You and Darrell and I were doing qualifying in 2003. So you figure 8 years ago, he ran a 14.90. We never thought, there was back in the day, we never thought you'd be able to run in a 15-second bracket here, and he runs a 14.90, almost 129 miles an hour average. That was when he was driving, of course, for Roger Penske.
That was incredible. I think that took everybody's breath in the garage area when he ran that fast.
Hey, remember when Casey Kane was on the far side of the board and we said maybe they haven't switched over yet? Woo. 5th fastest. Kane.
I think they've switched over.
They've switched over.
Yes, sir. This 4 car.
5th quickest behind Carl Edwards, Mark Martin, Matt Kenseth, and Brad Keselowski.
Casey's one of about 13 drivers attempting to do double duty. He'll be driving for Turner Motorsports in the race tonight.
And who's right behind him on the board in 6th? Here's Wendy.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., if you've been tracking his time, race fans, he's jumped up, and that's because they've made two of qualifying runs. He's 6th right now in this practice session. Now in race trim, it stepped out on the right rear off of turn 2. When they made their first qualifying run, he was P9. They made a shock change, and for the second qualifying run, he made it up to P5 before he just got knocked by Casey Mears. He said it felt just like it did in race trim, just a little bit faster. They are swapping the car back to race trim after these 2 Q runs in order to get another race trim run for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Keep in mind, he won here in 2004. Really would love to back that up with a victory in 2011.
And yesterday it was announced that he will field a car in the Nationwide Series for Danica Patrick for the entire 2012 season. She'll also run 8 to 10 Sprint Cup races and maybe Indy.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed.
Hi. I'm doing my back-to-school shopping, and I saw another store's ad for these crayons at a lower price.
No problem. I can match that right here.
Oops, I don't have the ad.
You don't need it.
Oh. What about a coupon for these pens?
Yeah, easy.
Why does the glue not stick to the glue stick?
Well, it's very complicated, but it has to do with oxygen.
I knew that.
Get low prices every day on everything you need for back to school. If you shop online, shipping's free to any Walmart on hundreds of thousands of items. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Relationships fail. Systems fail. Failure is part of life.
Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
It's our weekend. Should we spend it wandering in some home improvement warehouse? No. Say we go to Ace. Yeah. Get help when we walk in the door. Because we will maintain our homes and our weekend. Yeah.
Get your weekend back at Ace, the helpful place.
If you or a loved one has mesothelioma or been diagnosed with another asbestos-related cancer, call now. Over $18 billion in court-ordered trusts have been set aside to pay out claims to asbestos victims. You may be eligible to receive compensation without ever going to court or filing a lawsuit. Thousands of hardworking men and women have been diagnosed with mesothelioma because manufacturers put profits ahead of safety. Manufacturers knew the risks of asbestos exposure for years, but knowingly manufactured and sold deadly asbestos-containing materials, putting millions of American workers at risk. These manufacturers have tried to avoid compensating their victims, but the courts have ordered them to set aside over $18 billion in trust money for the victims of asbestos. Call now to see if you're entitled to a portion of the $18 billion. You could receive compensation without filing a lawsuit or going to court.
Call 1-800-944-9043 now. That's 1-800-944-9043. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Welcome back to Bristol. Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. David Reagan has run the most laps in this practice session, 96 of them. For more stats, live race radio, go to sprint.com/speed.
Mike, you know earlier how I talked about how it's going to just get tighter and tighter. It's even done it in this practice session. Carl Edwards still quickest at a 15:78. Right now, Joe Nemechek would miss the show at a 16:26 if this was qualifying.
Right, the three drivers most at risk right now based on practice speeds: Joe Nemechek, David Starr, and Travis Quammen. Wendy?
Well, Pablo Montoya has raced at Bristol 9 times. His best finish was 7th when we were here in the fall. And right now in this practice session, he has been watching the lines of other drivers like Jimmy Johnson, like Jeff Gordon. His spotter commented that they are using a lot of the racetrack. Now you saw the bottom of the racetrack be used by the 24 and the 48. Juan Pablo Montoya tried to go a little bit higher. He said, I have a choice to run the lower or I'm going to be sideways. They're sticking with the right front package that they started the practice session with. He said it's a little bit of a smoother ride, but it snaps off. He also commented there's no control on the top of the racetrack because, Bob, as we know, this track has gotten hot and it's gotten slick.
Very hot and slick, but honestly, over the past about 10 minutes, it's cooled off about 5 degrees as far as the track temperature, Wendy. But right now, Tony Gibson in the 39 bunch, they're on a mock qualifying run, their third mock qualifying run. All they did was put new tires on the car this time, and this is the reason behind it. Ryan Newman said, I just can't get it to turn down when I want to. If we could fix that problem, it would be good. The car was honestly doing what he wanted it to do, but just not quick enough.
Thanks, Bob. 10 minutes to go in this first of 2 practice sessions for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Qualifying later today. You'll see it all right here on Speed. 30-minute break after this session. And then we'll be back with practice round number 2. Hot, muggy, humid, bright sunshine. Tough day to be out there in the trenches working on pit road. Now there's the go-or-go-homers, and Robbie Gordon knocked off a lap very early in this session that was in the top 10 at the time. Now it's 25th fastest, but he is the best of the go-or-go-homers. And now it is Starr, Nemechek, and Yaley are at the bottom of that list. You see them there in numerical order. Stremme is now quickest, Jeff Green, Scott Speed in that group, Michael McDowell, and then the number 7 of Robbie Gordon. The Speed Energy machine.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon, you know, fighting now, trying to get back inside the top 35. This car missed the show at Michigan last week. Robbie was up in Montreal running the Nationwide Series race, just trying to claw his way back in the top 35, which is another battle that will go on all the way through the checkered flag at Homestead in November.
And that's an important one, because if you're in that top 35 leaving Homestead, you start the next 5 races of the next season. You're guaranteed in.
Yeah, we always talk about the chase and the champion and that end. When you go to the other end, that's a fight for survival. Those guys, you can sell a sponsor on the first 4 or 5 races because you know you're going to be in. I mean, these guys, they fight tooth and nail for that place.
Well, those first 5 races obviously includes the Daytona 500.
Yes.
And when you look at last place purse for those 5 races, it's close to $500,000 it's worth to. Looks like Jeff Gordon in that 24 car is making some practice qualifying runs. He's 9th at a 15.97. His last lap was a 15.99.
Robbie Gordon goes back out trying to improve on 16.14. Now, Robbie's only made 8 laps in this session, and that is less than anybody else. Jeff Green has run 9. Robbie Gordon running his 9th lap of the day right now.
His best start this year. Now, he's not run all the races himself. His car has attempted all the races. He started 30th for the Daytona 500 back in February.
1 lap and the same as his best lap, but no quicker for Robbie Gordon. Carl Edwards still quickest. 7 minutes to go.
Look, everybody knows which way the price of gas is going, okay? You don't need a bunch of donut eaters at a focus group to tell you that. But only the engineers at Ford seem to get it. Because they gave the 2011 F-150 the most power and the absolute best fuel economy. So now, you won't be put in a chokehold every time you fill up. City, highway, dirt, sand, gravel, F-150 gets the best mileage. Chew on that. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on choicehotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
The new vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
Oh.
It's your voice, it's your choicehotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed and save up to 20% every day. Book now at choicehotels.com.
Through turn 1, it's still Richard Petty wins the Southeastern 500.
This is how a young man was crowned a king. And a kid from Dawsonville finally lived up to his nickname. This is when we discovered just how high smoke can rise. It's where family traditions get started and other traditions get taken in a whole new direction.
Taking a backwards lap.
This is where names are engraved, not just in metal, but in history.
That's okay, we're good.
There is written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
5 minutes to go in the first round of Sprint Cup practice, a 2-hour practice session. They'll take a 30-minute break and go back at it for 45 minutes and then set the cars up for qualifying. You'll see both practice sessions and qualifying right here on Speed Today.
Just seems like because the track has heated up, come a little close to Carl Edwards' lap that he laid down about an hour and 55 minutes ago, but he is still the quickest in that 99 car. Kurt Busch there in the 22 cars run a total of 64 laps. Fast lap 15.99 at 13th quickest.
Jeff Burton, if this stat is correct, has run 109 laps in this practice session. Bob?
Kevin Harvick standing with crew chief Gil Martin and his team. He's 15th quick right now. And honestly, Kevin is not happy Harvick right now because it has not been a good practice session for him. In fact, he just radioed to his crew saying, you know what, getting into the corner is where it all starts. And it's going in the wrong direction getting into the corner. So They've scrubbed the mock qualifying runs. They're going to change over to race setup for the final practice session later on here at Bristol. But Kevin Harvick not happy with that race car.
You know, I saw on Twitter this week where Chris Myers said that Harvick was getting rid of his crew chief, but I hadn't heard that. Have you heard that?
I think that's the only place I did hear that was from Chris Myers.
I think that would be the Chris Myers on Twitter if you guys want to follow him on Twitter.
All right, well, that is Gil Martin, who is still crew chief.
And they're good friends. I mean, these guys get along better than anybody, than a lot of these guys down there.
I've not talked to Chris, but I understand how there could have been a crossed wire somewhere.
I do too.
That
Chris
he
Myers
got the intelligence somewhere that there was a change coming at the head of the pit crew.
Oh, okay.
Over at Childress. And what happened was that Matt Clark, who has been the pit crew coach since 2008, was let go. A change was made at that position, but that's not what was reported.
I was just pitching Chris into the thing there. That's all right.
All right. He created a little firestorm
I was
for
pitching
himself.
him. I was pitching him.
Yep.
That's okay.
And I think a lot of people thought that Matt Clark was released because of the day that the 29 car had on pit road at Michigan. That was not the reason. There were other circumstances as to why that all came down last week after the Michigan race. And Matt Clark has done a phenomenal job up there with those 4 pit crews for several years.
Yes. Marcus Ambrose completing his run in 16th position, 16:01. And Casey Kane, 5th quickest on the 50th of his 53 laps so far. Wendy?
Casey Kane has gotten a little bit tighter throughout his race runs. With that qualifying run he made, like he said, he just put it 5th on the board. He said the left front is not down enough on the center of the turn. He can't get down on the racetrack, which is a complaint from many of the drivers, and I think the heat had something to do with it throughout the middle of practice. He said the right front camber changes that they made definitely hurt them, so they're going to take the shims out and go back to the camber that they started practice with.
Well, there's so much can be gained or lost with that right front camber, which is how much you lean the tire in. The more you lean it in, especially with this conventional setup that a lot of teams are running that Kyle and I was talking about, the more it helps the car turn, but you can definitely jump the fence and make the car real loose getting in with too much negative camber in the right front.
Hey, let me ask you a question. When you come to a place and you come up here with what we're calling a conventional setup versus the pull-down setup, and I'll just refer to it as that, and you start putting a lot of camber in the car and you change the tire patch on the racetrack, how much does it, what does the guy that tire tested, how much does that dictate? If the guy came up here and tire tested with a conventional tire, you understand what I'm saying? With that much camber, with that much caster, and you start changing that front end settings and stuff, how much does that affect the tire?
Yeah, I think that's a great question.
I mean, I don't have a clue because, you know, we used to always say when somebody that just would drive to the center of the corner and then stab the brakes, turn, and go again, and they did a tire test, you'd always say, man, we're going to have trouble with this tire test.
Yeah.
If you're a roller and just going to float in the corner, you're going to have trouble with that tire that Goodyear brings. So the driver could almost dictate the style of tire that was brought to the racetrack. I didn't know whether the setups and the geometry that we use now versus the old geometry, the conventional setup versus the new, whether that would change the tire.
You know, I talked to my good buddy Booty Barker as we see this practice has come to a close. That's 2 hours in the books, who I do NASCAR Performance, myself, he and Chad. And Booty tells me they get so much information about the tire every week from Goodyear that it's almost different from you and I used to do the tire testing and depend on what another team had done and learned.
And so ends an incident-free but trivia-filled practice. Carl Edwards is quickest in his Ford, Mark Martin Chevy, Matt Kenseth, Brad Keselowski the fastest Dodge, and Casey Kane the quickest of the Camrys. Half-hour break and then more practice here at Bristol Motor Speedway for the Sprint Cup cars. With qualifying to follow later this afternoon, you're going to see it all live right here on Speed, your motorsports authority. We'll talk to you later. Here's John Roberts.
Thanks, Mike, for the Sprint Cup Series. 1 down, 1 to go as far as practices go today. But as far as the big picture goes, there are 3 to go before the chase cutoff. Stay with us. NASCAR Live, presented by Geico, comes your way now. Race fans from all 50 states and 9 different countries make an annual pilgrimage to see this Bristol night race. It is a spectacle in and of itself, but it could be one of the pivotal races in the decision to see who runs for the chase and who is on the outside looking in. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts. Glad you could be with us as we continue another full weekend of coverage here on Speed. And as our good friend Mike Joyce said just a moment ago, it is one of the most fun weekends we have throughout the year. Let's take a look at what's still to come today on Speed. It's Sprint Cup Series final practice at 2:30 Eastern Time. Nationwide Series qualifying at 3:30. The Sprint Cup Series will qualify at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And now we know the order in which they will qualify. Speed Center at 6:30 Eastern Time. That is Trackside, presented by Walmart, which features Mark Martin and Scott Speed. Show is always fun, but those are two pretty fun guests to have here. Let's take a look now at what is on tap for this edition of NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. We got a lot of action going on and off the track this weekend. We're going to wrap up this first practice session, tell you who is fast, and tell you who has a good shot at getting the pole and thus getting a great selection on pit road. We will continue to follow and update you on the Danica Patrick decision. She is coming to NASCAR full-time. Much more on that as we hear from her in just a moment. And also, the chase is heating up. The wild card is getting just a little bit wilder with some of the best in the business going for 2 spots that are open right now. But there is more to the story, as there still is a little bit of a points battle going on. And there are times in which you have your destiny in your own hands in racing. And Jeff Hammond, this is not one of those times. Last week at Michigan, you had this big, wide-open racetrack with a lot of room. Now we have this half-mile bull ring where you can get in trouble in a hurry.
You really can, JR. And the thing is, it starts right here after this practice session with qualifying, realizing this is the only racetrack on the circuit where we have a front pit road and a back pit road. Qualifying is a premium. So a lot of these guys that are involved in this chase, trying to win a race, they need to qualify well. Good thing about it, Carl Edwards already showed what he's got today. Fastest guy so far, trying to get back and get some more wins on the board before the chase does start.
And there's a lot of strategy in pit selection here. We've seen guys actually win races off picking the right pits, and also we've seen guys, some of the best in the business, make mistakes when it comes to getting on and off pit road here. Let's take a look at practice highlights, see who is fast in an accident-free practice session, which is very rare that we say that here at Bristol. And Jeff Hammond, Casey Kane, 5th fastest in practice. He could be one of those drivers that kind of stuns the world and wins this weekend.
If he does, again, he'll put himself right square in the middle of this chase deal, because one win right now where he is in points will put him in an excellent position to make the chase. Runs really well here, doing double duty this weekend. He'll be running the 38 car in the Nationwide Series. He'll be a guy you'll have to watch finish 9th in the spring race. Now, here's a guy that's on the roll. Brad Keselowski with 2 wins, still nursing some injuries. Best finish here in a Sprint Cup Series car, 13th, but he has won a Nationwide car. This guy, their momentum, what's going on between him and Paul Wolf, he easily could win here this weekend, JR.
The last guy to win what is called a Winston Cup was Matt Kenseth. After Matt Kenseth kind of kicked everybody's rear end, they decided to change the format for how they're going to choose a champion. He has yet to win a championship under this format, but Jeff, he certainly could get it done.
Finished 4th here in the spring. When he qualifies well and is running strong, you've always got to be a concern about Matt Kenseth, because he's got a pit crew that can get you on off pit road when you need one. Here's a guy that knows how to win here. Mark Martin got 2 wins here at Bristol. He's one of the guys that has made a mistake here in the past. Came down pit road one time, gave back a Nationwide Series here because he thought the race was over with. But look for Mark to try to redeem himself in this 5 car, because they haven't won in a long time, and he'd love to win here.
The 99 car and Carl Edwards have gone to victory lane twice at this racetrack, and Jeff, they have a chance to lock up their position mathematically in the chase this weekend.
Yeah, the thing is right now, they've just renewed his contract. Got a different look on the car as far as the 99 this weekend, but the main thing on his mind, get to victory lane, get to victory lane. He's looking for bonus points, folks. He understands how valuable the wins are. He wants to carry him into the chase. He wants to carry momentum in the chase. He's pumped because he's got that contract behind him. Now it's time to get this team back on track and get some momentum going.
There's only a handful of drivers right now who are still looking at points. For everybody else, it is all about winning and nothing else. And Randy Pemberton is standing by with one of those drivers who desperately needs a win.
Well, as you said, Casey Kane is 5th in practice. Casey, we're getting down to it, 3 to go. You're here at Bristol. Nice qualifying run there in practice. Give me a sense of what you think the car is like, and can you pull one off here this weekend? You're probably going to need 2 wins.
Yeah, it's a good track for us. We ran pretty well here. We never won, but we ran up front here a lot. And right there, I felt like I was a little too loose in race trim, you know, getting into the corner and off the corner. And then we made our qualifying run at the end. We wanted to make a run just I think going out late, it'll be 6 o'clock maybe this afternoon, so it'll be maybe a little more grip in the track. So we made a run, and I was actually a little tight there. So we're fine-tuning, but the Red Bull guys are doing a nice job. We have a really good car. Just a matter of making all the right little adjustments to give us a shot.
You haven't been far from winning a race this year. I don't think it's out of the question that you could win 2 out of 3 and lock yourself in. It'd be a tall order, but, do you think you could have an outside shot at doing it?
Well, that'd be a tall order for sure. I would hope we could, maybe shoot for 1. And I mean, we have to win 1 if we want to make the chase. So just shoot for that. If we won 1 and Denny didn't win again, or Paul Menard or some of them guys, we could actually make it that way too. So it's tough, but either way you look at it. But yeah, Bristol's good, Atlanta's good, Richmond's good. I think they're all tracks that we can run well at for sure.
All right, 1 race at a time. Good luck at Bristol.
Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. Johnny?
Randy, thanks a lot. And the best finish for Casey at this racetrack was second. That was back in 2007, so he certainly is capable of running up front. Jeff, let's take a look at some of the notable drivers from this Sprint Cup Series practice, see who needs to work on it and who's kind of hitting on it right now. And the guys in the back of the pack right now, surprised to see Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, and Clint Boyer.
Well, a lot of times these guys really are getting focused in on trying to get a good race set up, but they need to lay down these fast laps. Starting deep in the field does not help you. And Jimmy Johnson, and Tony Stewart, and Clint Boyer, they should know that. Not to say they can't rally back, but it just gives you that early time here at Bristol, and sometimes they can come back to haunt you. While Dale Earnhardt Jr., Paul Menard, they need a little bit of a boost to their deal. A win for Paul Menard would surely lock him into the chase, and any kind of points or a win for Dale Jr., well, I'd make his life a lot easier.
Absolutely, and this practice session has just ended, determines what the order will be for qualifying this afternoon. The fast guys go out late, and the slower guys go out early. When we come back, we will check back in on the Danica Patrick stories, hear from her, and see where she stands about where she's going to race in 2012.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com. And by the new low-rise collection from Fruit of the Loom.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Last year, the U.S. used enough plastic water bottles to stretch around the Earth over 190 times. Each Brita filter can take up to 300 of those bottles out of the equation.
Juicy Johnsonville sausage, made with only premium cuts of pork since 1945. Johnsonville, sausage is all we do.
Assembling electronic circuit board is a competitive business. Our customers have a very large pool to select from, not only in America, but they can go overseas. It is important for electricity to be affordable so that we can stay competitive. Whenever costs go up, you have to look at cutting back your labor force. I definitely care about keeping my job and keeping the roof over my head. Coal is one of America's most abundant, affordable resources. It helps create jobs.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
Just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
You don't have to go to extreme measures to get better mileage.
For more car maintenance tips and to enter the Extreme Measure Sweepstakes, visit NASCAR.com/auto.
Race number 24 of the 2011 season brings us for the second time this year to the Bull Ring at Bristol, the world's fastest half mile, the Bristol Motor Speedway. And there was plenty of news on and off the track throughout the week, but perhaps one of the worst kept secrets in NASCAR, if it was to be a kept secret, was the fact that Danica Patrick will indeed run a full NASCAR schedule next year with a full-time ride in the Nationwide Series and a part-time ride in the Cup Series. And Danica did hint throughout her press conference in Phoenix, Arizona yesterday that her Cup Series debut may be next year's Daytona 500. But let's hear from Danica herself.
For breaking news that will shock the world, I am excited to finally announce, we're excited to finally announce that GoDaddy will be taking me full-time into NASCAR next year. It'll be a full-time nationwide program with Junior Motorsports and the number 7 Chevrolet, and a partial schedule in Sprint Cup with Stewart-Haas Racing. Everything's the same, but everything's different. Still racing, you still turn left and right, and you still have, have to shift gears and turn the wheel, but, everything about the way that it feels and the rhythm of things is different. So just getting used to the rhythm of the races and what it takes to make a car fast from not only, the first 5 laps, but through, a 50-lap run. Those kinds of things they just take experience and learning. So it's, I've definitely learned a lot. I feel like I've gotten better over time for sure. And that's just, hopefully only going to continue.
And Jeff, if you take a look at Danica's statistics over the past couple of seasons, her 2 seasons in the Nationwide Series, you can definitely see an improvement in numbers, and probably the best one is those top 10s.
It really is, JR, and she showed a couple times this year, particularly when she had that 4th place finish at Las Vegas. She can make it happen, and at Talladega when she was racing with Tony Stewart and those guys, she really showed what she was made of, and I think she impressed Tony Stewart. I think it's the reason why you hear Stewart-Haas saying, yeah, we'll field a car for her, we'll get her in some Sprint Cup races, but it's all about that communication, and the experience she talked about is I think she's been very dependent upon the crew and other fellow drivers and teammates to give her information about what the car needs. Now it's time for her to start, building her own, book of knowledge and be able to give back to the team and tell them, this is what I feel, this is what I want you to do to my car, and I think that's going to happen. And when we see those kind of improvements, we'll see a marked improvement in her driving.
And I think a lot of people will agree, though, that, Jeff, full-time is the key word for her to improve in that series. You got to do it week in and week out. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Yeah, full-time in the Nationwide Series, but it's going to be a rather quick move from the Nationwide Series up to the Cup Series. So we're 2012, all the Nationwide races, then 8 to 12 Cup races. Here's where it gets interesting. It's Stewart-Haas Racing. If they want to run her 8 to 12 races, how do they guarantee that that car is in the field each and every week? Because it's all about car owner points. It's about getting that car and keeping it inside the top 35. In order to make sure you do that, you probably have to run that car in every single Cup race next year. So that leaves a seat open. Who is going to join Danica over there to make that happen? So when she does climb behind the wheel, she is inside the top 35. Lots of rumors out there. Mark Martin's name has been brought up. He certainly has been a mentor to Danica, and you have to look back at that Daytona race. Boy, was that some foreshadowing by Tony Stewart. I think when we saw him pushing Danica around, we had in the back of our mind, could it be, could it be? And yes, indeed, it is. She's going to drive for Stewart-Haas Racing, and she'll be full-time in the Cup Series before too long. And I guarantee you she'll be in the Daytona 500 in 2012.
Yeah, and Randy, a lot of observers saying how good this is going to be for NASCAR because it will bring new attention to the sport, and more people put more eyes on the sport is always better for everybody involved. Now, in TV and in racing, we certainly like our toys, and now back at the Speed Center studio, they have a whole group of new toys back there that Adam Alexander is going to show us right now.
The address is the same, but Speed Center has a new home. I'm Adam Alexander, and it is amazing. We got all the tools, and the pictures from the racetrack never look so good. We're going to talk about Danica Patrick tonight. She's going to NASCAR full-time next year. And speaking of NASCAR, the big boys running at the little track this weekend. I'm talking about Bristol Motor Speedway. And then you remember Cole Trickle? Well, he has come out of retirement. Yes, Tom Cruise back in a race car. An F1 vehicle in California. Here he is off track. We show you him on track, and we're not going to make any guarantees that he stayed there very long. Speed Center, we are still the motorsports authority, and we debut on our new set after Sprint Cup Series qualifying. It happens tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you then.
The playoffs in the sport of stock car racing are appropriately called the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. The NASCAR superstars are a special breed, driven by fast cars, raw adrenaline, and victory at all costs. These speed demons descend upon the New Hampshire Motor Speedway for the Sylvania 300 September 25th. Buckle up, New England, as your NASCAR gladiators battle for pride, glory, and the coveted Sprint Cup.
Emily's just starting out and on a budget, like a ramen noodle every night budget. She thought Allstate car insurance was out of her reach until she heard about the value plan. And saving money with Allstate doesn't stop there. Kim and James are what you might call overly protective, especially behind the wheel. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, Allstate gives them a bonus twice a year for being safe drivers. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
Tonight, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the wildest party in racing gets revved up in Bristol. Tune in as the fellas can ask Mark Martin himself as to what his plans are for 2012. And Scott Speed will also stop by for some fun NASCAR trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed. Now, if you were one of those race fans that asked NASCAR to put more emphasis on winning, I think you got what you were looking for this year with the wild card. It is all about the wins when it comes to the chase. And right now, Kyle Busch is the man. Jeff Hammond with 4 wins, and he's at a racetrack where he's won 5 times before.
He's looking really good leading the top of this leaderboard right now. But Jimmy Johnson would like to put a win up there besides that one he's got. But most of these guys from like Ryan Newman, Kurt Busch, they're pretty much locked in. They're just trying to get everything polished up and ready for the chase. And the guys at the bottom right there, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Stewart, they need to make something happen.
Here's where it gets interesting, and let us explain to you why we have the names listed in this order. It's all about the winning. Right now, Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin with their winning points position have the 2 wild card spots. But if you look at Paul Menard, Reagan, and Clint Boyer, that's not necessarily where they run in points right now, but where they run in terms of wins.
And there's still a huge battle going on here between Paul Menard and Denny Hamlin. Paul Menard's only 18 points behind Denny Hamlin. He gets in front of him. All of a sudden, he takes that last wild card place. David Reagan, he's only like 34 points back, 3 races to go. And again, if Paul Menard or David Reagan gets a win, guess what? Denny Hamlin may be going home anyway.
And remember, a win by Clint Boyer, Greg Biffle, A.J. Allmendinger, any of those guys puts him right in the thick of things.
Yeah.
Casey Kane. And what Jeff is talking about in terms of Denny Hamlin, he's got that position right now. But a guy like Clint Boyer with a win or a guy like Clint Boyer with the points can get up in the top 10 and make it dangerous for Tony Stewart or Dale Earnhardt Jr.
They got a couple of different ways they can get up there in the points, and that's what we're kind of watching, folks. Clint Boyer could easily race his way in because he's on like 24 points behind Tony Stewart. 1 win, he leapfrogs up into the top 10 real quick. Same type of situation for Denny Hamlin. If he winds up winning a race, I'm talking about Clint Boyer, he automatically will be in that wild card spot, even if he doesn't get enough points to get ahead of Tony Stewart, if Tony's run second behind him. A lot of things can go on. These next 3 races, I promise you, will be the kind that you're going to have to turn on speed and know what's going on with the points and watch these races, because it's going to be unpredictable. It really is. There's no numbers or no magic to it. Good, hard-nosed race. racing is what's going to settle this.
And wait till Richmond.
Wait till Richmond.
Wait till Richmond. Now, the three best drivers here at Bristol are, of course, Jeff Gordon and with 5 wins, and the 2 Busch brothers, each with 5 wins. But lately, these guys have not been running well at Bristol, and there's some of the guys, Jeff, that are going to fit in to this wild card and chase scenarios.
All these guys right here are looking to try to pick it up and keep on digging, and that's the thing that's going on. We listened to Jeff Gordon earlier. He is not really bragging on his team. They're just very methodically going through the paces. But this used to be a really good place for Jeff Gordon. Tony Stewart the same way. Brad Keselowski, he needs to get a top 10 finish to solidify where he's at. So many different types of scenarios. And for Denny Hamlin, last race here in the spring, he was 33rd here at this race. That can't happen this time because everybody else that's in the top 10 or 12 in the points, they finished 20th or better.
And here's why you want to tune in this weekend or come to Bristol yourself. When you put 43 Cup cars on a half-mile racetrack, anything can and will happen. Got to take a quick break here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. When we come back to the Bristol Motor Speedway, we'll have much more as we get ready for Cup Series Happy Hour practice, their final shot before qualifying to tune in their race cars.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai. Available at Target. And by Allstate. Mayhem is everywhere. Protect yourself. Allstate, are you in good hands?
NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. And we look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live Saturday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the Drive to End Hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Tomorrow, NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. Plus, we'll look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, tomorrow at 5 Eastern, live on Speed. Well, Jimmie Johnson is still definitely in the hunt for his 6th consecutive championship, but he feels like he's not exactly where he wants to be mentally and in terms of winning races. For more on that, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
It's certainly interesting, Johnny, when you talk about Jimmie Johnson. He's standing there second in points. He's won 5 straight championships. Yet you get the sense that those guys are a little unsure of themselves right now. Now, I know every time we get ready to hit the chase, those guys seem to hit their mark and then go on and win the championship. But right now, you have to look back a couple of years here. Look back to, say June. That's the last time of June of 2010. That's the last time Jimmie Johnson put back-to-back wins together. And then you have to go all the way back to Dover a year ago. That was his last win of last season, and only 1 win this year at Talladega. So there's a lot of stuff that is on the mind of Jimmie Johnson as well as crew chief Chad Canal. Now, a little earlier today, Jimmie Johnson was in the media center talking about everything from A to Z in this race team and what they have to do to win the championship.
Mentally and physically, I feel great and ready, prepared. Mentally, it's been challenging at times through this year, trying to find speed. And in years past, when we've been off, and I think 2008, we were able to go test and sort through our problems. And it's been a very tough exercise this year without testing to develop our cars and to find the speed. But where the real brain teaser comes into play is we haven't been happy with our performances each and every week and the consistency we've had, but we're second in points. So, I mean, we're doing fine. And we need to, once we get to Richmond, start over with a clean sheet of paper, don't carry any baggage into the chase and look at those 10 races as a whole new season and go at that point. So, this year has been odd for everyone. Guys have been warm for a period of time. No one's really gotten hot and stayed hot. And I think this year's chase is up for grabs. It's going to be an interesting 10 races. We've made up, I think, a lot of distance on pit road in a short period of time. And we've seen this ability in these guys, otherwise we wouldn't have made the decisions we did to start them and work with them. So we're getting close, and I'm very proud of the progress that we've made there. And from a pit calling strategy for these races, track position, as we all see, is so important that people are, the old risk, I think we had a risk-reward kind of thought process. It's just changed. It's moved. I mean, there's a lot more risk taking place at the end of a race and trying to stretch fuel mileage, worrying about 2 tires versus 4. So the game has changed there, and I don't think that we were on top of that change as much as we have been in the past. And we had so much success doing it one way, but it moved, and we needed to catch up with that, and we've done a very good job of that here of late. And you look at the call Chad made at Michigan to get us the lead. I mean, that's the type of risk you have to take now to have a shot to win a race.
And that's also the kind of crew chief you have to win 5 championships in a row also. But Jeff, anytime people think there's a kink in the armor of Superman there or a tug on his cape, he comes right back and proves why he's 5-time champion.
He is so calm, so cool, so collective when it comes to something like this. You hear him describe to a T what this team needs to do, what he needs to do. He understands where he's at. This is how you wind up winning 5 championships and put yourself in the position to wind up defending that 6th one.
We got to take a quick break here from Thunder Valley, Tennessee at the Bristol Motor Speedway, but when we come back, we will have Sprint Cup Series practice for you, and that will lead us into qualifying for the Nationwide and the Cup Series. Stay with us.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield.
First it attracts particles.
Like a bug lamp.
Right, then it captures them.
Like a mousetrap.
Then it disperses them.
Like a slingshot.
Helps stop deposits.
From building up.
In your engine.
Right.
Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance. Your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
You okay?
I'm not looking forward to my flight.
Try this.
Bear aspirin. I'm not having a heart attack. It's my back.
No, this is new Bear Advanced Aspirin. Clinically proven to relieve tough pain twice as fast as before.
Would you invent this or something?
Well, my team did. I'm Dr. Eric First from Bayer.
Wow.
Look, it has microparticles. It enters the bloodstream faster and rushes relief right to the site of pain. Better?
Great. Thanks.
New Bayer Advanced Aspirin. Extra strength pain relief, twice as fast. Test our fast relief. Love it. Or get your money back.
Drag fans, get ready for fire-filled nights of speed at ZMAX Dragway, the house of speed. The planet's fastest drag racers are coming to the NHRA O'Reilly Nationals, September 15th through the 18th. Dixon, Force, Schumacher, and Brown are fired up and ready to race at 320 miles per hour. And don't miss Friday and Saturday's Nights of Fire.
It's going to be a flame-filled night of speed and danger.
Remember, fans, ZMAX Dragway next to Charlotte Motor Speedway, and every ticket is a pit pass. So call 1-800-455-FANS.
Welcome once again, race fans, to the world's fastest half mile. It is time now for Sprint Cup Series final practice, as the best in the business have one shot at tuning in their cars for one shot at this racetrack to see where they will qualify. And again, we are talking about the best in the business, like 5-time champion Jimmie Johnson, who has gotten around this racetrack very well in the past. And now let's take a look at the menu, see what is coming up for the rest of today as we continue another full weekend of NASCAR coverage here on Speed. It's Nationwide Series qualifying after this practice session. That's at 3:30 Eastern Time. Sprint Cup Series qualifying at 5. Then at Speed Center at 6:30. You got to check out all the new toys that Adam Alexander and company have. And then on trackside, it's Mark Martin and Scott Speed. That is 11 o'clock Eastern Time. And you don't want to miss trackside ever, but you definitely don't want to miss it when Mark Martin and Scott Speed are on, because the guys will definitely have a lot of fun. Want to bring on our good friend Jeff Hammond. And Jeff, a totally different scenario here on this second practice than the first practice. We know who's going to qualify where. Now it's time to get to work.
Well, if your car's not quite right, you want to continue to work on that qualifying setup. But if you've got yourself where you need to be, now it's time to figure out what your car needs to have for that long run so you can get set up. That's what's going to be important. Stay out on that track, stay up front.
There have been 101 Sprint Cup Series races on this track, and a couple years ago they changed the pavement, and it's made for a little bit less mayhem, but nonetheless, it's still tough to get around this racetrack. But here are the fastest guys from this early practice today. Casey Kane was 5th fastest, Jeff, and certainly has an opportunity to win here.
Again, he does have a great opportunity running the Nationwide Series later on tonight, trying to figure out what this racetrack's going to be all about. You see him up here right now working the upper groove in this 4-car. He should be a threat later on this evening. But the guy that I'm going to be watching real close is, can he keep this momentum going? Brad Keselowski, 4th quickest in this first practice, still injured from that crash at Road Atlanta early on. I mean, this guy is incredible. If he can keep this kind of momentum up, this guy could be somebody that could be a wild card. I mean, a real wild card when it comes to the chase.
Well, BK2 has momentum on his side. Matt Kenseth has experience on his side. He has won a championship before, and once again, Jeff, he's going about it quietly.
He is, and that's what his normal MO is. If he runs fast in practice, normally qualifies well, finished 4th here in the spring. Matt Kenseth and this group knows how to get it done, especially on pit road. Here's another guy that I'm really surprised and glad to see him back. He's been on our trackside show tonight. Mark Martin, 2nd quick in practice. Already has 2 wins here at this racetrack, and his resume would be great to see this Hendrick car get back to victory lane here at this tough racetrack.
This is going to be his 46th start on this racetrack. Carl Edwards is another 2-time winner. And Jeff, he is one of those guys who has nothing else to race for yet but wins.
Now, the last time he won here, he won from the pole. I mean, so he has won from the pole. He's got to do a little bit different look this weekend on his number 99 car. But, you know, he keeps telling everybody, I am here to win races and score points. And I think the big thing is the emphasis has to be win races.
And Randy Pemberton is standing by with a guy who has yet to win this season, but has yet to win at Bristol as well, but has been very close on both accounts. Randy?
Yeah, that would be Greg Biffle, 6 top 5s, 11 top 10s at this racetrack. And we're talking to a lot of guys, Greg, that are still in the hunt for a spot in the chase. You're not out of it. If you guys can dial one in a couple of times, not have some bad luck. Give me a sense of how this car was and your prospects for maybe going to victory lane here at Bristol.
Well, prospects of going to victory lane aren't looking real hot right now, but you know, we're going to get this 3-amp Ford Fusion turned around. We weren't real happy with the car in that session. A little bit loose end, and the little bit loose end just sets the whole corner up for, you know, enter the corner a little slow, the wheel straight ahead, then you got to put wheel in it to try and turn the corner. So we're fighting that a little bit. It has some speed in it, but we just got to get it a little more comfortable in where I can arc it in and keep the wheel in it driving down in the corner. We'll be okay.
Of the 3 races remaining, we go to Atlanta after this, high-speed racetrack. You run well there as well. And then we go to Richmond. What do you think your odds are? Is there one track better than another to try and grab a win?
Well, certainly, you know, Roush Fenway's history is fast racetracks were pretty good. So a little disappointed last week with the way that turned out, but found a few things that happened to the car. So Atlanta is kind of the next one on the list. You know, we're looking for Atlanta. We wanted to be part of the Sprint Summer Showdown for able for the bonus, but we're gonna have to win here tomorrow night to do that.
All right, go give us some good feedback, will you? All right, Johnny.
Yeah, if anybody can get it done, it is the Biff. The pressure is on those guys to win. But, Jeff, we can't say enough, especially with this race this weekend and the following 2 races. There are so many great drivers out there who have nothing to do but win. Anything else is absolutely meaningless.
And that's the way this season's been. It's been a season of surprises, surprise winners, and you don't know when the next one's going to come around the corner and jump up and get you. So this is what I think this whole revamping of the points has done to us. They put the emphasis back on winning. We've seen a lot of new guys step up to the plate. We see some of the guys that we expected to win, not get there like a Tony Stewart. Here's a guy right there, Ryan Newman. He has already got himself in great shape as far as the chase is concerned, up in points as well as with one win with his 39 Stewart-Haas car. But with the 3 races to go, JR, before we start the chase, everybody's got something to gain and nothing to lose, and that's really what makes them dangerous.
And that was the idea, to make winning more a bigger thing in NASCAR, and they absolutely got it done. We are moments away from having NASCAR's best take on the high banks of Bristol here. We'll be back in just a moment as we get closer and closer to Sprint Cup Series final practice.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
For unbeatable comfort and value, the right choice is Wrangler.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Experiments fail. Technologies fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
Okay, you know you're gonna need new tires. It's inevitable, right? So why not get them from TireRack.com? With Tire Rack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it, all at a great price. Don't just change your tires, change the way you buy tires. The biggest selection of tires. One more way Tire Rack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Welcome back to Bristol, everyone. A beautiful view of this state-of-the-art racing facility, gladiator-style arena racing, as we get ready for a very important race when it comes to deciding who is in the chase and who is on the outside looking in. Let's take a look at the top 20 fastest cars from the first practice session so far today. Things bode well for Carl Edwards, Mark Martin, and Matt Kenseth. Brad Keselowski also, Jeff, is on a roll, and looks like he's continuing that roll, at least according to this practice chart.
Definitely continuing that roll, but here's the guy in the 6th position I'm going to be keeping a real close eye on. Dale Earnhardt Jr. It seemed like all of a sudden the pressure's on him. A lot of people saying, hey, you're letting it all slip away. You're going to fall out of the chase. They're picking it up. Steve Letart's doing a good job. But how about Regan Smith right there in that 78 car? Qualified well here in the spring. Already got one win this year. Unfortunately, he's outside that top 20 and can't really capitalize on it.
Once again, it is possible to get in by points for a couple of drivers, but still a long shot, and winning's the best way to do it. Paul Menard has visited victory lane so far this year. Jamie McMurray hasn't.
Yeah, Jamie wants to turn it around, and he's got a shot if he could win the race this weekend of maybe win it because of his sponsorship relationships. A guy could win $1 million. But how about on down here when you take a look at somebody like Kevin Harvick? He's 15th right now. Didn't like his race car. He needs to get back to what we were calling him early in the season, to close and make something happen. And so does Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin's been on this last 2 races have been horrific for him, and he needs to figure out a way. He and Mike Ford have got to turn this team around, and they've got to do it this weekend. Otherwise, it's going to be too late, folks, and they're going to go past him, and he's going to wind up having to try to fight his way back into the chase because somebody's going to get in front of him like a Paul Menard or a David Reagan.
For some final thoughts before this practice session starts, let's go to Randy Pemberton. Randy?
Hey, Johnny, when you think about 2 guys trying to battle their way in, Tony Stewart to my left over here, he's trying to hold his position. Clint Boyer over here is trying to get inside the top 10. I just want you to see how these guys that are trying to get their drivers and their teams inside the chase, they're all working on their race cars here. They're outside in the elements. This is happy hour coming up right here. If you thought about being a crew member, just look at all the work that's going on down here. Just tons of it. The bottom line is these guys will be here for 11 hours today, probably 14 hours tomorrow with a night stay at the hotel tonight. I mean, you're talking somewhere around 30 hours in 2 days. If you want to be a crew member, it's certainly tough business. But these guys are not giving up, trying to get their guys into the chase.
Randy, thanks a lot. And one guy who knows how tough it is to work in the pits is clearly Mr. Hammond.
It's Danner, what Randy's talking about. It's very noisy. This is one of the most difficult racetracks to communicate with, to the driver or anybody else, from crew member to crew member. A big bunch of pressure on these guys, and this is something everybody's watching to see how the crews respond, not only the drivers, because they've got to be right there in that pressure cooker right along with the driver.
If you don't think this is a team sport, there is your evidence right there. It takes a team to win.
It does. And then on pit road this weekend, the guys who perform on pit road, like that 48 car, a lot of focus on them right now. They've got to pick it up off of pit road if they want to wind up winning 6 in a row.
We're going to take a quick break here as we get closer and closer to Sprint Cup Series final practice. When we come back on the other side of the break, Mike Joy and company will have Sprint Cup Series final practice for you. Stay here.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer and points leader Kyle Busch join us live. And we look back at how hot tempers and havoc have come to define Bristol. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live Saturday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, Bam Margera stops by to talk about the Red Bull Soapbox Derby. Plus, creator of Entourage Doug Ellen and Jerry Ferrara stop by the studio. Wednesday at 10 on Speed.
It was created with the power of Verizon 4G LTE. Introducing the lightning-fast 10-inch Samsung Galaxy Tab. Stay up to date, entertain yourself, and enrich your knowledge like you've never imagined. Only at Verizon. Built so you can rule the air.
I've worked construction most of my life. Miss out on my family, my kids growing up, missing. Going back to school and getting my education has definitely made me a type of role model. My kids see how important school is. The investment in my education has definitely been worth it. I don't miss out on my family, going to the movies with them now, going to all their practices and games. Now I feel like a provider for my family, and I'm proud of what I do.
The School of Drafting and Design at ITT Tech can help graduates begin careers in a variety of entry-level positions in various fields involving drafting and design. Develop skills that you can use to prepare for a career in this field. ITT Technical Institute School of Drafting and Design. Education for the future. Call 1-800-488-3652 or visit us on the web.
Speed welcomes you to NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice at Bristol, presented by Gander Mountain. Welcome back to Thunder Valley, where the temperatures climbed to 89 degrees, the humidity pushing past 60%. Hurricane Irene not in our forecast and not expected to have any effect this far inland. Hopefully you've got the hatches battened down, and they're evacuating parts of New York City. I believe that's a first.
That's amazing.
For this storm that's oncoming. Here it's Thunder Valley, not thunder and lightning, just Thunder Valley. Carl Edwards and Mark Martin were the winners of the first practice session. That determines the order of qualifying, which you will see live a little later on here on Speed. So now, final practice. What are you working on?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Even 45 minutes is a fairly long practice for Bristol, because you're running around here at about 15 or 16 seconds a lap, and we saw such a mixed bag of agendas in that first practice. Some drivers like Carl Edwards, who was the fastest, made a practice qualifying run right at the beginning. Several drivers waited to the end. I think we could still see a mixed bag even in this 45-minute practice, but the one driver I'm going to be watching, not only in this practice, but qualifying in the race tomorrow night, the hottest driver on the circuit right now, because he was fourth quickest, talking about Brad Keselowski. And what I did see, he had the best average in 10-lap runs, 15-lap runs, and 20-lap runs in that earlier practice.
Kyle, if you weren't happy with your car in the first practice, as say Kevin Harvick, not particularly happy, working hard on the car, how much of the kitchen sink do you want to throw at it for this round?
I think those guys have a little bit of an advantage where they've got 3 other teammates, so they can always go back and look at something that one of their teammates have. But I think Kevin, we saw what he did in the truck race. We know what he'll do in the nationwide race. I mean, this was one of those places when Kevin came here the first time, he's just looking for that feel. And I think that Bristol's a field track, and if the driver's not comfortable, he's not going to run fast. So I think Kevin and those guys will throw a lot of stuff at it just to find that feel, knowing that they have a backup with their teammates.
All right, let's head down in the midst of the heat exchanger. Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Mike. In between these practice sessions, we had about 40 minutes. We watched a lot of the drivers and crew chiefs mull over their notes and try to figure out what they wanted to do and accomplish in this practice session. Now, right before we get started, I did hear a spotter give a report that they felt a raindrop on top of this racetrack. Mike.
Thanks, Wendy. That might be a little welcome. Mark Martin was up at the front of the line, but didn't get going, either maybe tightening a belt or indexing the wheel, but he has not left pit road.
Yeah, he's been sitting there a long time. If it was just to index the steering wheel.
All right, we'll follow up on that with Mark Martin. Otherwise, looks like half the field is out there right now. This is one of the few tracks where I believe NASCAR limits the amount of cars on track in practice at one time, at least at the start of the session.
It looks like about half the field out there right now. It has that look that we always talk about, the conveyor belt look of race cars out there.
Now, Mark Martin has come around the track apron, and well, I thought he was going to return to pit road, but he's going to crawl around to the front stretch. Wendy, what's up?
Well, Mark Martin reported on the radio that the starter would not engage, and they asked him to press it again. Obviously, he did that while it was running. He's got the car obviously under power now, too, but it had to do with the starter at the initial lap of practice.
All right, thank you. Jeff Gordon very quickly puts the top time up on the board, one of Mark's Hendrick Motorsports teammates.
Yeah, Mark was second quickest in that first practice session, and you think about Mark Martin, we talked about this earlier, even though he's well back in the points, because he's only a handful of points behind that 11 car of Denny Hamlin, a win, all of a sudden Mark Martin could become a chase wildcard player.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, it's like Kyle Busch winning last week. Kyle Busch already had his 3 wins. That just gave him 4. These guys who have already won races, like Kevin Harvick, and that if they win here or Atlanta or at a place like Richmond, then it eliminates these wins. Now we're back to our other thing. So some of these guys don't want to see Greg Biffle win a race. They don't want to see Tony Stewart. They're pulling for some of these guys that already have wins.
Jeff Gordon now second to Mark Martin, who has the fastest lap of practice. Here's Bob Dillner.
And Mike Carl Edwards not on the racetrack just yet. He was quickest in the first session on his first lap on the racetrack when he did a mock qualifying run. Then they changed over to race trim, but guess what? The 99 bunch back up on the scale pads, and that's because Bob Osborne, who is speaking to Carl Edwards right now, they want to do another mock qualifying run because Carl feels he can be even faster.
Well, and all that would do is just give him a feel, because we know he's already locked in to be the last driver to qualify, because qualifying is set by the first practice session.
But qualifying here is so critical, and a lot of talk this week about the 4 corners of pit road, the first and last pit stalls on both the front and back sides. And yes, this is the only racetrack with 2 pit roads, one on the front stretch, one on the back stretch. Qualifying very critical. If you think you've got a car to win the race, where you make that pit stop, very critical. Some people like the stall right at the bottom of the screen at the exit of the front pit. Some like the one at turn 3 at the exit of the back pit as their first choice.
These drivers can go about 130 to 140 laps on fuel. Back in the day, when we did not have double file restarts and pretty much all the lead lap cars were on the outside, lap down cars on the inside, when you would get past about lap 400, lap 425, pack your pit equipment up. We are not coming back to pit road. But I think double file restarts, that's almost changed the thought process. I would not be surprised, depending on how many drivers on the lead lap, as late as 30 or 40 laps to go tomorrow if we get a caution, seeing some guys hit pit road for tires.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that either. And track position is important here. And you go through all that stuff, and you talked about saying, we just pack up our pit equipment and let's go home, because you knew you weren't coming back to pit road for anything, and that's before we even knew what pit road our track position was. We just weren't coming back to pit road.
We just knew where we were running.
We just knew where we were. But I want you to think about this. How many different pit road iterations have we gone through here? I remember Bud Moore and those guys used to love the pit on the backstretch. Bobby Allison, when he drove home, they wanted to pit on the backstretch. And then we had the dots on the windshield, odd and even. They would pit at different times. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Man, you drove and you couldn't keep up with it. And you're thinking, why does that guy get to go in front of me? It was crazy. But what they've got now in this one pit road is really good.
Jeff Burton replaces Mark Martin as the name atop the speed chart.
Tonight on Speed, Thunder Valley will be rocking as the rowdiest party in racing gets revved up at the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Bristol tonight at 11 Eastern, only on Speed.
I asked for free, and they got free. Who doesn't love free? I like free.
You asked for free, we give you free. Right now, earn up to 5 free nights with the Choice Privileges Visa card. Learn how at choicehotels.com.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
Pros count on Scotch Blue Painter's tape, and so can you. It goes on easy and comes off clean time after time. It's the only tape with Edge Lock Protector for super sharp paint lines and no residue.
I am a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
Scotch Blue Painter's tape from 3M.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. For long-lasting comfort and value, the right choice is Wrangler Real Comfortable Jeans. Available at Walmart.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance. Your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Bristol, presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. You're up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. Fastest man in Bristol? I'll give you 30 guesses. And you better stop when you get to David Stremme as the fast lap of this practice for Inception Motorsports. 15:94, that's 6/100ths quicker than Jeff Burton.
Well, we talked about agendas. I think when you look at our go or go home group, if there's 11 of them, I think they will be working on qualifying in this 45 minutes, because their first race is to get in this race. And right now we have 4 of those go or go homers, actually 5 now in the top 10. Stremme, Nemechek, McDowell, Robbie Gordon, who was up there in the first practice, and JJ Yeager.
Well, Larry, think about what you were saying about the end of the race. I mean, and having to make a pit stop. Would you make a pit stop 30 or 40 laps to go? If you come in 10th and you come out of the pits 10th, you line up 5 car lengths behind the leader, or 4 car lengths behind the leader. You know, that's big. You got to take a shot.
Add in, like Kyle talked about in the first practice, this is no longer a one-groove run around the bottom racetrack. Right. You have options to pass people.
It's going to be exciting Saturday night, Bob.
16th quick right now for Kurt Busch with that 22 car on the racetrack after his first run. He radioed to his crew chief Steve Addington and said, I can't keep the front tires underneath me. They're sliding all over the place. So Addington brought the car back in. And remember, late in the first practice session, he was doing mock qualifying runs. Well, they wanted to come back in, even though they went to race trim. They said, let's reset the toe and make a camber adjustment. So you can see the 22 car still slides up the corner in the middle of the corner, and that's what's plaguing the 22 car right now.
Yeah, they fought this car tooth and nail in that first practice session. Never did get Kurt really happy with it.
Carl Edwards ran 1 lap and equaled David Stremme. 15:94. They share the top spot. Then Burton, Boyer, Nemechek, McDowell, and Mike Skinner.
That's about a 1/10 and a half off of what Carl Edwards ran in that first practice. He ran a 15:78. That was about the first lap when the track opened for practice.
There's Mike Skinner, who is 6th fastest in this session. And they changed the name over the door.
Yeah.
Remember last week it said...
They changed it to nothing.
Yeah, last week it said Angie's coach driver. And this week, joke's over. Okay.
This is one place I know, working with Mike for about 3 seasons, never really had to worry about him qualifying here, because I think this is the type of track, qualifying especially, you can get both hands and feet up on that wheel and just get after it.
Ryan Newman 33rd after running 16 laps. Jamie McMurray has run the most, 32. David Rudiman 30. Fastest 5 and 10 lap and 15 lap average, Mark Martin. Always tough here. Bob?
Well, Ryan Newman in the first practice session was 7th quick, but he's way down the speed charts right now. And Tony Gibson trying to figure out this race car. It's a little bit tight during this practice session. 33rd quick right now, but they're still playing a little bit. This was the same car that he ran with here in the springtime, and the team honestly told me they haven't touched the car until they started prepping for this race once again. They've been playing around with shock and spring combinations, truck arms, and so forth. But right now, they're using this practice session to try to dial in and find that secret that'll make them go even quicker.
You know, I think this is another driver and another team that's not getting near enough credit about their performance right now. You know, they sat on the pole and just dominated the race at New Hampshire a month or so ago. But if you look at his last 6 races, including that win, he has 4 top 5 finishes. He is now sitting in pretty good shape. 7th in the points, 55 points to the good over 11th.
Yeah, and that's a full race. We talked about it in the first show. Being a full race out, he's a full race over, a full race in. You know what? I was just sitting here thinking when you were given the 5-lap average and the 10-lap average and the 15. And I go back to when I started and when you were a crew chief. Nobody ever went out and ran more than 2 or 3 laps until Mark Martin came along. Mark Martin was the first guy I ever knew that would go out and run 8 or 10 laps. And I know the King and those guys used to just shake their head and say, that boy's going to learn bad habits running so many laps. If you can't get that car fixed and don't know what it feels like in 2 or 3, you don't need to be staying out there. And Mark would just kick their butt and started on, and then everybody else started doing it because he was running until the tires would run off. And those guys were guessing at a field. He could find that field.
Yeah, you could always count on him making long runs, getting ready to race. And when the track opened for practice, he was going to be the first cat to hit the race.
Always the first guy out.
Kyle Busch, 18th fastest in the Doublemint 18. For Joe Gibbs.
Kyle's won 4 of our last 5 Cup races here.
Carl Edwards, David Stremme, top of the chart.
Speed presents the greatest collector car event in the world. See the finest, rarest, and most incredible cars on the planet. Watch the auction live. Build your dream collection. Barrett Jackson, Las Vegas. Live September 22nd at 4 Eastern on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
And remember, as Aaron's spokesperson, you are the face of Aaron's, the leader in sales and lease ownership. The store is where everyone is pre-approved.
Got it, Ken.
What? I thought I was Aaron's spokesperson.
Yeah, right.
Watch and learn, Rudy.
That's my girl.
Action. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers,
you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron. Don't worry, Daddy. One day you'll be the Aaron spokesperson.
You don't have to go to extreme measures to get better mileage.
Just do simple things like have your tires checked for proper inflation.
Or get your oil changed and your car serviced regularly.
Just routinely change clogged air filters. At NASCAR, we're even changing our engines to fuel injection in 2012 to increase mileage and performance.
For more car maintenance tips and to enter the Extreme Measure Sweepstakes, visit NASCAR.com/auto.
It's got to be a lot easier than this.
Welcome back to Bristol for NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice. Sprint takes you for a look inside what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Coming into Bristol, your point standing leader is Kyle Busch. For more NASCAR stats up to the minute, in-race radio, and more, go to sprint.com/speed.
You know, with his 4 wins now, and with being the points leader with 3 races to go, mathematically or with the wins, he becomes the one and only driver that has clinched a berth in the chase for the championship this year. 3 to go.
Hey, Statman, what's the earliest anybody's clinched a berth? But here we are with 3 races to go, and he's in. In all the years we've had the chase, wonder what it is.
Watching Regan Smith, who is 27th in this practice. Joe Nemechek just jumped to 6th. A lot of the go-or-go homers making mock qualifying runs in this final practice. In fact, of the top 14, more than half are go-or-go homers.
And that just gives me an indication, as we said a while ago, they're all still working on qualifying runs. I'm just not sure how many mock runs we're going to see by our top 35 unless the last run of the practice is a mock run, more than anything just to give a driver a feel for what he'll have in a little bit when he qualifies.
Yeah, we have seen that a lot. I think we've seen that more this year, especially with the way we're doing this practice, is one of the last runs that they go out on the racetrack, they'll put their qualifying setup back on. And then they'll go out, and even if it's on old tires, just to give the driver the feel to say, this is what this car is going to feel like, and you can duplicate it. It gets tough when they do it on practice on Friday and come in on a Saturday morning, but doing it the way we do here at Bristol with 2 practices and qualifying, it makes it a little bit easier for the driver and the teams to relate back.
Well, just about everybody looks loose off, as Brian Vickers just was, loose coming out of the corner, but in such an attitude that you can just power slide the car off the corner and keep going. It doesn't look like you need to jump out of the throttle or anything. You just ride it out.
You can power slide it when you're by yourself.
Yeah, right.
Okay. The problem is you put 43 cars out there all at the same time, real close together. The power slide goes away. But you're right. These guys are what they're working on now in the way that it looks like it. Saw Jimmy a minute ago up off the corner, just dead sideways in that 48 car on one of the shots that we had. And it's amazing. These guys seem to get right there on the racetrack where you see where the sponsor's painted, and you're back full in the gas, and as the racetrack falls away from you, these things are just getting free.
Well, you pull a fairly low gear here, about a 567, and right about the time you're all the way up against that wall right there on exit, that's when you get the full potential of that 800 plus horsepower you're trying to get to the rear wheels and get to the ground.
Wendy?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the garage right now, or I should say on pit road right now, 22nd in this practice session. The first run out, he said it felt pretty good. It was a little slick on the right rear past the point on throttle through the exit. So his crew chief, Steve Letarte, said, let me throw a right rear shock at this thing. Let me know how it feels. Dale Jr. went back out there, said it gave him a little bit more right rear grip. And then he said, I don't know, maybe I'm just making something up. You got to love the raw, honest truth from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
You got it.
You know, we've heard several drivers and teams really working with the shock package. We talk about that every time we come here. With this surface, 2 things that can really make this car go around this racetrack: shock absorbers, and then the air pressure in the tires makes such a huge difference the way the tires grip the racetrack.
Jamie Mack, 37th right now. Bob?
19th quick is Kyle Busch. Remember, he's won 4 of the last 5 races. He has 5 overall at Thunder Valley, but it just seems like Kyle Busch and Dave Rogers haven't hit it this weekend. They're still struggling with this car. In fact, Kyle just said the car is very touchy all the way through the corner. It's like the tires are on top of the racetrack. And just dropped to 20th quick on the speed chart. So this team's still struggling, and that's not normal here at Bristol.
But this is not unusual for Kyle Busch here. We talked about that earlier today. You're not going to see him just set the woods on fire, I don't think, in qualifying, even when we qualify later on. But he will tell you, a lot of guys that has run well here, this is a rhythm racetrack, and it takes Kyle Busch, I think, several laps to get in a rhythm around this half-mile high bank track.
Kyle is, by a pretty good margin, the best of the three Gibbs drivers in this session so far. He is 20th. Joey Logano is 30th. And we're watching Denny Hamlin, who's 33rd.
You know, Denny has had some great runs here. He has led this race. Within about 10 to go, he's had fuel pump cable issues. He's had tires go down. It's like he's had good runs, just not a whole lot of good luck to go with it.
25 minutes left in this final practice for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Let's check in with Adam Alexander over at Speed Center.
The address is the same, but Speed Center has a new home. I'm Adam Alexander, and it is amazing. We got all the tools, and the pictures from the racetrack never look so good. We're going to talk about Danica Patrick tonight. You know, she's going to NASCAR full-time next year. And speaking of NASCAR, the big boys running at the little track this weekend. I'm talking about Bristol Motor Speedway. And then you remember Cole Trickle? Well, he has come out of retirement. Yes, Tom Cruise back in a race car, an F1 vehicle in California. Here he is off track. We show you him on track, and we're not going to make any guarantees that he stayed there very long. Speed Center, we are still the Motorsports Authority, and we debut on our new set after Sprint Cup Series qualifying. It happens tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you then.
Stuff on Wheels, Wednesday 8 Eastern on Speed.
AOA Products is a packaging company. Every piece of equipment in my shop runs on electricity. It needs to be plugged in. If it's not, it doesn't work. There would be some very hard decisions for me to make if the energy costs went up. I would have to let some of my employees go. They're like family. I don't want to do that. I want to give work to people, not take it away. So I need something that's going to be there, something that's affordable. Electricity from coal does that for me.
People think because I spend all my weekends at the racetrack, my life is predictable. Actually, things are constantly changing. And whether I need to protect my ATV, my truck, a new home, having life insurance, or a growing business, with Nationwide Insurance, I can bundle them together and save. You can too, up to 25%.
Nationwide Insurance, you can bundle and save up to 25% on the coverage you need. Because with Nationwide coverage, you can bundle and save on everything from auto, home, and life insurance to boat, motorcycle, and RV insurance. Call 800-866-3600 now and start saving today.
And whether I need to protect my dog, cover my home away from home, or protect my property, with Nationwide Insurance, I can bundle them together and save.
Call Nationwide Insurance now at 800-866-3600 and start saving today.
Nationwide is on your side.
Enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
The one that was on the left there, Bobby Santos' Mystic Missile, sat on the pole here Wednesday night for the Whelen Modified Tour race.
Mystic Missile.
Yeah.
What a cool name.
Mystic River Marina is the sponsor, and that's the business of the car owner, Bob Garbarino. And ever since the early 60s, they've called that car the Mystic Missile.
And the irony of that, the Rocket Man, Ryan Newman, won his second consecutive modified race here on Wednesday night.
What was his car called?
Fast. The race before it had been called Illegal up in New Hampshire. Got a name for you. Just pocket and keep in mind. Justin Bonsignor. Last year as a rookie, sat on the pole here for the modified race. Wednesday night he finished second to Ryan, was all over him until Ryan finally was able to pull away. And a longtime car owner in the series, Mario Fiore, says Bonsignor reminds him so much of his longtime driver, Reggie Ruggiero, that this kid from Long Island races weekly at Riverhead. He's going to be one to watch.
Joey Logano way down the practice sheet in that 20 car. He's run 29 laps, which tells me he's in race trim at 31st quickest with that Toyota.
let's go back to the modified cars here for a minute. How many guys, and you'll know the answer to this question, you know, I grew up at a time when Cook and Evans and all those guys, they were modified guys and they stayed modified guys.
Yes.
They never looked to move anywhere else. How many modified guys have come through the ranks of modified into the Nationwide Series and on into the Cup to be successful at this level?
Well,
I mean, I know there's been different mechanics and stuff like that. Mike McLaughlin.
Off the top of my head, Mike McLaughlin.
Yes.
Ron Bouchard, Kenny Bouchard,
yep.
Jeff Bodine, Greg Sachs. So there's half a dozen or so.
Yeah, there was just that period. Spencer.
Well, yeah, of course, Jimmy Spencer.
Of course, Jimmy Spencer. But there was that period in there where we had a lot. But it doesn't seem. Steve Park's the last one I really remember that came. And I don't remember him. Was he a regular on the modified?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, he was runner-up a couple times. Rick Fuller, Jeff Fuller, both the Fuller brothers made it to the Nationwide Series. Mike Stefanik had a couple seasons in the Truck Series. Showed a lot of talent on track. Could have used a better pit crew. And I'm sure there are others. But, yeah, for a time, every Cup owner wanted a modified driver.
Yes.
And then it kind of shifted to where every Cup owner wanted an ASA driver.
Yeah.
And then it kind of moved around from there.
You know, we've been modified drivers, ASA drivers. We've been open wheel drivers.
USAC open wheel drivers.
USAC open wheel drivers.
ARCA drivers.
Yeah, we're a little bit of everywhere, it seems.
That's right.
like.
Kind of neat.
And I think there was a point in time back in the late 90s, owners were looking at IndyCar drivers, a man named called Smoke.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
Wendy?
Well, Tony Stewart fans, if you were looking for him on this practice chart, you won't find the 14 on there just yet. Tony Stewart just climbed in the race car. He had been standing here. We're now about 25 minutes into practice. The car was on scales when Tony got here before practice started, and they were still making a lot of the adjustments that crew chief Darian Grubb wanted to this race car. So just a few minutes ago, Darian instructed Tony to get in the car. The net's up, but still they're making some final last-minute adjustments under the hood, but a lot of time has been wasted here on the 14 on pit road. Bob?
Well, over here in the 48 pit, that's Jimmy Johnson. He's been out of his car for a while, 20-second quick, and while he was out of the car, he and I had a little conversation using sign language. Basically, he told me the car is definitely a little bit loose, but it's pretty good. Loose off the corner. So a new front sway bar, new shocks for this particular run for Jimmy Johnson. He's ready to head back out on the racetrack to see if it's just a little bit better.
And I wouldn't be surprised with all the changes on this car. He's run a total of 33 laps. They may be doing exactly what we had talked about. He may make a practice qualifying run late in this session just to get that feel that he'll have here in a little bit.
You know, the funny part is, as you look at this, we talk about these guys come in and make sway bar changes or spring changes or shock changes. And it takes the same amount of time at Bristol, Tennessee as it takes at Daytona Beach, Florida, or as it takes at Pocono or Michigan last week. The difference is they can come in, they can go out and run 4 laps, and they've run 4 laps in basically a minute and a half, and they're back in making another change. So these crew guys work their butts off in this hot weather, because a driver will want to make multiple changes. Where at other places, Pocono's a 54-second lap, a 56-second lap. It's a minute. You go out and run 4, it's a 5-minute practice deal. The guys that are in the garage, they drink a Coke, they walk around, they talk to everybody, then their car's back in. So when you watch these guys, they can make a lot of wholesale changes here in a little bit quicker time.
Looking at Scott Speed, who's 17th right now on the chart.
Good news is he's 17th, but bad news is he wouldn't make the show with that right now.
Todd Zegedy in the deuce. Ryan Newman in what is now the 77 New York. Took the lead, pulled away, and went to victory lane in the University of Northwestern Ohio. Perfect Storm 150.
Relationships fail. Systems fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
For unbeatable comfort and value, the right choice is Wrangler.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield.
First it attracts particles.
Like a bug lamp.
Right, then it captures them.
Like a mousetrap.
Then it disperses them.
Like a slingshot.
Helps stop deposits.
From building up.
In your engine.
Right.
Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Tire Rack
TireRack.com is more than just an online tire resource. We're your one-stop online tire know how, know who, and know what. With Tire Rack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it. Speaking of that, know what else? Our prices are practically unbeatable. And that's all you need to know. Buy your next tires at Tire Rack and experience how we're revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
I asked for free, and they got free. Who doesn't love free? I like free.
You asked for free, we give you free. Right now, earn up to 5 free nights with the Choice Privileges Visa card. Learn how at choicehotels.com.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
I'm a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
Pros count on Scotch Blue Painter's tape, and so can you. It goes on easy and comes off clean time after time. It's the only tape with Edge Lock Protector for super sharp paint lines and no residue.
I am a painter, and Scotch Blue is my tape.
Scotch Blue Painter's tape from 3M.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice at Bristol, presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. Ryan Newman continuing to log laps as we got about 15 minutes to go in final practice.
Ryan has a couple of poles here in Sprint Cup, but he's never been to Victory Lane. Won a Nationwide Series race here a few years ago, but not in Sprint Cup.
David Stremme, who along with Carl Edwards has turned the track at 15.94 seconds, quickest of the day.
That's only 2 drivers that's been in the 15-second bracket. In this practice, we had 13 different drivers run sub-16 flat early.
Number of drivers cutting this practice short, including Mark Martin. They are done and ready to qualify. Ready to turn the car over to qualify later this afternoon on Speed. You're also going to get coverage of Nationwide Series qualifying before Sprint Cup. Casey Mears, 41st on the board, 16:37 on the Geico Toyota. Here's Bob.
Well, guys, I have a question for the crew chief up there in the booth with you. These are tires that are going to go on Kyle Busch's car, and you can see they're really wet here. Just moments ago, they had big bags of ice on all of these tires. Now, Kyle Busch is planning to go out and making another mock qualifying run, but you know, this is the side of the tire that touches the racetrack. The ice was over here, so Larry Mack, what are they trying to accomplish by putting huge bags of ice on this set of tires?
Well, once you've come off the racetrack, Bob, where all the heat comes from are those steel wheels. So the quicker they can cool those steel wheels down, as we got trouble with Greg Biffle.
Yeah, single car spin, Larry. He was all by himself. Casey Mears and Brian Vickers hit the brake, and I don't believe he contacted the wall.
Be careful, I heard more pop here.
He just got loose off turn 2.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Heard something pop.
He's run a total of 20 laps. He's 13th quickest right now. He's definitely got, looks like the left rear tire is possibly low on it. And it looks like maybe he's got one down on the right side. You can see it got loose all the way back in the middle of the corner. Honestly, that's probably well before you're picking the throttle back up hard. He was lucky right here that he was able to keep it off the outside wall and that it didn't come down. You saw the tire right there blow out. And everybody has been fighting rear grip, and it looks like that's what Greg Biffle's been fighting, Wendy.
Yeah, just moments before that, he said the car is manageable, but he would like it a little bit better. So we'll get a good look and just make sure. I don't think there's any damage to the 16, but you guys probably have a better angle from where you guys are right now.
Well, he's got to be pretty slow taking that thing back to his pit stall, as you see there, because when that tire blows and you're just down on the inner liner, you don't have enough clearance for the fender, and he got into the fender brace there. with that tire partially deflated, so they'll have a little work to do.
Yeah, we always talk about the safety interliner that Goodyear runs at the speedways. Well, here at Bristol, because of the loads and the speed, they only run the safety interliner in the right side tire, not the left side.
Tonight, Kyle Petty's on trackside.
I just found out that.
And joining him.
Just found it out. I didn't get the email on it, but I just found out about it.
Joining him in Thunder Valley will be Mark Martin and Scott Speed, NASCAR trackside from Bristol. You'll see it tonight at 11, only on Speed.
Are we doing it at 11?
No.
Oh, thank God. I didn't get that email in.
You can come back at 11 for the air.
Just to finish the ice story that Bob threw back up this way to me, you can't just put sticker brand new tires on every run because you only have 5 sets to work with, and one of those are going to be for qualifying. But you don't want to go out there and get deceived with tires that have heat in them when you're trying to make a mock run. So the quicker you can pull the heat out of that steel wheel, then it's going to cool down a lot quicker. That, I think, we're looking at the tire off of Greg Biffle's car right there.
With the brakes locked up, these tires don't have much rubber thickness across the tread or in the sidewall, and one reason is so they can dissipate that heat more easily through the tire, but it doesn't leave you much of a safety cushion when something like that happens. David Rudeman, 9th quickest in the Irwin's Toyota. David's coach driver is a real interesting story, Larry. He was driving a truck in New York City after spending many years as a volunteer on Buzzy Rudeman's crew, David's dad. And the fellow in the trucking company loaned him and his truck out for several months to help haul debris from the World Trade Center site after 9/11. And when David said, I'm going cup racing, he jumped, signed not turned, tossed in his truck keys, said, I'm all done, and I'm going with you. Been driving David's coach ever since.
And then what's so neat, if you look closely on the hood of that 00 car, it has Aaron's Freedom Ride 2011. Atlanta firefighters will ride bicycles to New York City from Atlanta to commemorate the lives of firefighters and first responders who lost their lives during the attacks on 9/11. Roughly 25 Atlanta firefighters will travel 1,035 miles on bicycles.
Wow. Are you going to pace them?
I might ride the bicycle with them.
Oh, I promise you, if you will ride the bicycle with them, I will follow along on another bicycle and film you.
Well, something tells me your bicycle will have an engine on it.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Should have mentioned Jack Weiss is the name of David Rudeman's coach driver. Great story there. Carl Edwards quickest.
When you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
Each week, 4 new car freaks.
Everything in this car is done by me.
Pit their passions against their peers.
Winning is what I do.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules. Wednesday at 9 Eastern. Only on Speed.
It was created with the power of Verizon 4G LTE. Introducing the lightning-fast 10-inch Samsung Galaxy Tab. Stay up to date, entertain yourself, and enrich your knowledge like you've never imagined. Only at Verizon. Built so you can rule the air.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at MyCleanPC.com.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
5 minutes to go in NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice, then nationwide qualifying, then Sprint Cup qualifying live on Speed. Practice presented by Gander Mountain. Sprint takes you for an inside look inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Fastest lap, Carl Edwards, 1594, 120.35 miles per hour. For more, go to sprint.com/speed.
No real panic with this 99 car. He's only run a total of 5 laps in this practice session. He ran 68 laps in that first practice earlier.
Now the Childress cars have picked up quite a bit. Clint Boyer third, Jeff Burton fourth. How about Kevin Harvick, Bob?
Absolutely not. 34th quick for Kevin Harvick, but remember, both Jeff Burton and Clint Boyer, they're in mock qualifying mode, race run mode for Kevin Harvick. Gil Martin, his crew chief, coming down off the rig, and honestly, they're just not happy. They're not getting it here this weekend. Basically what Kevin Harvick said is it starts off good, but the longer it runs, the looser it gets. Take a look at the car right now. Coming off the corner, it just twitches all over the place, and that's what they're struggling with right now with the 29, Wendy.
Bob, we started this practice session by watching Mark Martin stopped on the front stretch. He knew there was a problem with the starter. Just to put a period on that story, he parked it early in this practice session. He said there was something bad wrong with it, and he suggested that they changed it. He had to push it to get it to run. They unplugged the steering wheel, and then it would work. So it was something have to do with the steering wheel wiring that they are checking out. They're switching over the car and getting it ready for qualifying anyways, but ended up shortening Mark Martin's practice session.
Wow, chasing electrical gremlins.
Yeah, they are. The kill switch is still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, we used to have those things used to short out and stop. I mean, mess you up all the time. It's just in that cable and it would wrap around. I don't know how they mount them now, but that's probably the issue, or part of the issue. I won't say it's the issue. I can't diagnose it from up here.
Well, what's sad,
but I can't diagnose your car at home, so send me a Twitter and I'll diagnose your car.
But the challenge is the only laps they have left before the race tomorrow night, qualifying here shortly.
Yeah, and you don't know whether you get it fixed or not.
Tony Stewart, maybe they're just not concerned about the watch. They're 43rd in this session, 16:45. And now 43rd, that sounds horrible. But you look at the timesheet, and Tony's only half a second off the fastest speed in this practice. Now over 500 laps, half a second off is a lot, but at this point in practice, is it really a whole lot to worry about?
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me a little bit about Tony, Mike, we normally see Tony only make a mock qualifying run right at the end of the final practice. We've seen that week after week after week. I look back at the first practice. He was 38th quickest, ran a total of 82 laps. Maybe again, they're just going to make a qualifying run when it comes time to make a qualifying run, but they're going to end up having to go pretty early in the session.
But now he is only a tenth and a half slower than his teammate Ryan Newman, who's also deep in the field on this practice. So maybe, as Darrell says, they're looking for feel, not necessarily for speed.
Yes, and I think that's the funny part. Talking to Kyle. Kyle said it's all about the feel. He looks for the feel when he gets here. He doesn't care whether he's 25th or 5th or 10th. Now, if he's 5th and he's got his feel, everybody in the field is in trouble. Okay? So let's be honest. But most of the time, like he said, he's 18th to 25th or whatever. He finds it and he's locked onto it, just like Darrell did when Darrell had his streak here.
Kevin Harvick, right of your screen, has made another run.
And looking at Matt Kenseth, there's no question what they've done with this 17 car. They were 3rd quickest in the first practice, ran a total of 87 laps. Near the end of that first practice is when they made their mock qualifying run. They're going to go out 3rd from the end in qualifying, and they've stayed in race trim and run a total of 56 laps in this practice with this 17. Not worried about qualifying in this practice, Bob.
Absolutely not. Like you said, they know they have a very good race car, and honestly, they're not worried about being 31st quick in this practice session either. Basically, it starts out a little tight, goes loose, but Matt Kenseth is liking his race car. They've been doing some long runs here. They believe they have a winning car here this weekend at Bristol, and that would be good for his chase hopes. Obviously, he's got a couple of victories on the year already, but he'd like to pick up another.
believe these guys are getting a little racy out there with just a few minutes to go in this practice.
They were side by side for a lap and a half, and now Greg Biffle drops down to the apron, and that didn't look like, let's just see what you got, see what I got.
Well, what was interesting is they were doing that. Greg Biffle was going all the way up to the top of the racetrack in the corners. Martin Truex Jr. in his 56 car was running the bottom of the racetrack and through the corner.
And there's an urgency to this because we're out of time. The flags are going to wave here in about 10 seconds. This practice session is going to be over.
We had one little change at the top. Juan Pablo Montoya in that 42 car. He's run 45 laps. As you see the practice coming to a close, he jumped up the third quickest with that last lap out on the racetrack.
That was a fast lap. You know, for his bull in a China shop style, you would think he would really run well here.
And I can't wait to see what line he runs come qualifying time.
And we'll show it to you later today. Carl Edwards and David Stremme win practice from Montoya, Boyer, and Burton. Nationwide qualifying is coming up next with Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, and Jeff Hammond. And then we'll be back with Sprint Cup qualifying a little later on, live on Speed. Who will win the pole for the Irwin Tools night race? We'll find out in just a little while.
Returns to Atlanta Motor Speedway with the biggest Labor Day party in the USA, featuring a pre-race concert by Leonard Skinner. Sunday tickets start at $39. Kids 12 and under free Friday and Saturday. Call 8779-AMS-TIX or go to AtlantaMotorspeedway.com.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You have got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
And welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway. Getting ready for NASCAR Nationwide Series qualifying, about to set the field. 49 cars will be attempting to squeeze into 43 spots, so that means 6 will not be able to race later this evening. Hello everyone, Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, and Jeff Hammond with you as we get ready to set the field. Now 49 cars obviously all want to race tonight, but we've only got 43 spots. We saw Elliott Sadler look pretty good in practice earlier today. Can anybody upset him for that pole?
Well, I think so. The competition was so strong during that practice session. They just put lap after lap within hundredths of a second of each other. So I think it's wide open here.
It really is wide open, and it's okay, Phil. You roll your sleeves up. I know we got some work to do up here in the booth here. Phil was trying to get his sleeves rolled down real quick before we came on here.
Thanks a lot.
Well, I couldn't help it. It was just killing me. But the thing is about guys like Elliott Sadler, he's got that chase in his mind right now. He's trying to gain those extra points that he needs to have so he can get up there and lead once again. But, you know, Reed Sorensen, all these guys are going at it. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he settled the pole here in the spring. I don't think we really know who's going to wind up winning the pole until this thing's all said and done, because we know we go from the slowest to the fastest, and I expect some guys early on to try to lay it on the line, trying to make this race, maybe bounce it off a turn 4 wall, trying to get a good fast lap in. So it's going to be an exciting qualifying round. again, I don't know who's going to wind up sitting on the pole until the last car rolls. I'm glad to see you doing that.
Working
right
with
there.
you two, I got to roll my sleeves up. I know we're going to go to work up here. You mentioned 49 cars, though. That's the biggest field we've had this entire season for a nationwide race. So getting in this field is going to be a challenge for a lot of people.
Okay. We're a team. We're a team right here. We're going to roll our sleeves up.
I rolled mine down. I rolled mine back down.
I mean, you just come off.
Going up?
You just came up from the garage area trying to make things happen in the Sprint Cup Series. We're ready to go.
A guy who doesn't have any sleeves, Ray Dunlap.
Hey, short sleep weather, and it's hot down here in the pits, and we love that. And because this is a very hot, slick racetrack, I think there's going to be some varying strategies today in qualifying. In practice earlier today, I saw Kenny Wallace go out, and he said his first lap was absolutely lightning quick, second lap not so good. So I think you'll see some guys tape off that front end solid and try for one lap in qualifying here today at Bristol. And I'm sure Phil will keep track of how many guys go 2 or 1. We'll see which one is the right combination.
Thank you, Ray. Again, a triple duty weekend. It started on Wednesday. The trucks ran Wednesday night. Nationwide Series, a one-day event where they practiced this morning for 2 hours. They'll qualify and then race this evening. But you look at all the haulers and all of the people and the crew members and cars in the infield of this facility. This is impressive.
It really is. And as a matter of fact, there's haulers outside, too, because they didn't have enough room for all the haulers.
Well, let's go back trackside to Hermie Sadler.
I'll also be covering qualifying here on speed. And one thing to watch out for if you watch Camping World Truck Series qualifying or even Sprint Cup Series qualifying later today, they all go off on the front stretch and get on the racetrack around. The trucks the other night went all the way around before they got the green flag, but these Nationwide Series cars will be pushed to the front straightaway and go out like a normal qualifying session. What does that mean? Is you got to get through the gearbox, have a good turn 3 and 4, and be at full speed when you take the green flag on lap 1 to get a good speed on that first lap like you guys have talked about. So that'll be something to watch here for Nationwide Series qualifying.
Thanks, Hermie. Another thing we can almost expect, we saw it earlier in practice, first lap's probably going to be fastest.
Yeah, I would think so.
We might see one lap and done, too.
Yeah, they may slip a little bit on the first lap and then get a second lap better, but I'd look to see the first lap better.
It's going to happen quickly. Will anyone break the 16-second barrier? We'll find out here in just a moment.
Hi. I'm doing my back-to-school shopping, and I saw another store's ad for these crayons at a lower price.
No problem. I can match that right here.
Oops, I don't have the ad.
You don't need it.
Oh. What about a coupon for these pens?
Yeah, easy.
Why does the glue not stick to the glue stick?
Well, it's very complicated, but it has to do with oxygen.
I knew that.
We're so confident in our low prices every day on everything for back to school, we back it with our easy ad match guarantee. Get this graphing calculator for just $95. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
I can't let allergies stop me from leading the way, so I get Claritin Clear. All right, let's move on, team. Claritin works hard to relieve my worst symptoms, and only Claritin is proven to keep you as alert and focused as someone without allergies. No other brand can say that, not even Allegra. Watch your step.
I couldn't do this without you.
Don't let allergies hold you back. Live Claritin Clear with non-drowsy Claritin.
And if things change, we can always discuss your loan options.
You never know.
Twins.
Twins?
City Financial is now One Main Financial. Personalized loan solutions that still focus on you.
Golden Corral's new pan-seared seafood cooking station is now open. Chefs are standing by. It's delicious shrimp made to order. It's tilapia seared to perfection right before your eyes. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10, only at Golden Corral.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Welcome back, NASCAR Nationwide Series qualifying here on Speed, your motorsports authority. The sun baking down on this racetrack. It's a concrete racetrack, so we hope it doesn't affect it too much. Tonight on Speed, when the sun's not going to be affecting anything, the Sprint Cup qualifying comes up next. Speed Center with Adam Alexander in that new studio back in Charlotte. Really impressive looking studio. And trackside ends up the evening at 11 o'clock with Chris Devoto from right here at Bristol. And I believe Kyle Petty will be a part of that, as well as you, Jeff.
All right, don't forget Rutledge Wood. We'll all be there. And this is what I've been talking about as far as how this racetrack has been changing all day long. At 9 a.m., it's pretty much white right now, Phil. You look at one, it's starting to darken up. Right now, it is jet black around this place. It's almost asphalt looking.
And that's at 1 o'clock. And look at it right now, Jeff.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it looks like asphalt now.
Exactly. It really does. They have laid down a groove like you've never seen here at Bristol in quite a few years. I mean, it could be good or it could be bad, especially if these guys getting ready to qualify.
And remember, we had a truck race Wednesday night, so they put a lot of rubber down, so that 9 a.m. shot was with rubber on the racetrack then.
And
look at it now.
And a modified
race, exactly.
2 hours of practice for 49 nationwide cars. Then you throw in 2 Sprint Cup practices on that racetrack. And so things have changed a bit for these teams that are getting ready to go out there and try to turn 2 fast laps here at Bristol.
And what you look at right now, in my opinion, advantage, disadvantage. You got the guys that are doing the double duty who just came off the racetrack. They got some idea of the grip level. They'll be able to come over and tell their crew chiefs, let's make some air pressure adjustments. And he knows how to anticipate. I'm talking about the drivers like Carl Edwards, for example, or, you know, Elliott Sadler, or anybody like a lot of these guys, they know what to expect.
Right.
These cars that are going out early, a lot of these drivers they hadn't been on the racetrack since we had them earlier in the day, so that's kind of like a shot in the dark for them.
You know, we talked all through the years about the advantages. You see, this is a list of our go or go homers. As you see, the advantage on the Cup guys have. To me, the advantage has always been they get twice the track time. That's the advantage.
Absolutely. And knowing the racetrack and communicating that kind of stuff back, I mean, really important. And you see a lot of guys there and gals. Jennifer Jo Cobb, one of those could go home, but Trevor Bain, I mean, he was fast in practice, but at the same time, you got to be able to go out and lay down that lap when it matters, along with guys like David Ruderman, Matt Carter. I mean, it's going to be a dogfight just trying to make this race.
19 names on that list. There are 2 former champions that if they have to fall back on it, they can get into the race. But there's 19 people looking to fit into a very small, limited number of spots that are available. We got to let's run quickly down to Ray Dunlap.
Hey, talk about hometown boy. How about that for Eric McClure? You grew up like 15 miles from here, so how special is it racing at Bristol?
Well, it's always fun to come. You know, everyone knows Bristol. It was so special to the McClure family over the years with the number 4 car. And I grew up here, coming here as a child, and always dreamed of racing here. I can't say that the success has translated the way I would like, but it's always special to come here and race.
You're a little bit too close to the front of the line here.
We really are. We struggled today in the hefty Chevy. We were real good here in the spring, the second half of the race, and we unloaded to where we thought we'd be pretty good, but we're just hitting the racetrack, and we found some problems after practice that concerned us a little bit, so we're starting fresh. The good news is we're locked in. The bad news is it's way too close to the front, so we'll cross our fingers, go as hard as we can, and it's a long race, so we'll do the best we can.
All right, go get him. That's Eric McClure, grew up in Abington, Virginia. Hermie?
Well, Ray, Justin Allgaier, right at the end of the practice this morning, you got out of the groove a little bit, had a little bit of contact with the wall, trying to get all you can get. You guys got it back together for you. Tell us what happened and what's your outlook for qualifying.
Well, first of all, I can't say enough for all the guys here at Turner Motorsports. You know, it's a great effort to get the thing back together. But as you said, we got into turn 1 and not sure if something broke or what, but got in there and turned left, and we kept going straight and got all up into the wall. So it's a very unfortunate, but the Brandt Chevy guys do a great job every week, and we were a little off in practice, so hopefully this will kind of let us reset the drawing board and go out and have a good qualifying effort, and then hopefully a great race tonight.
And what's going on with the peach fuzz right here? I noticed that this morning.
So my wife and I moved this week, and I didn't really feel like shaving it, and so I showed up here, and Rick Brandt, the CEO of Brandt, he saw me the other day whenever we first got here, and he's kind of always got the beard going as well, and he said, I love it, don't shave it. So my wife's not real fond of it yet, but we're going to let it grow a little bit, see what it does. We're going to call it the rally beard for now.
Well, you'll like it until it starts turning gray, then you'll want to take it off. Back to the booth.
I remember when I turned 16 and started getting that facial hair. Oh, wait a minute. Justin's a little older than 16, isn't he?
I was getting ready to say right there. Oh, man, guys, if you were watching a minute ago, Jennifer Jo Cobb, she was almost the first victim of what I was talking about, trying to go for it. Hadn't been very fast all day. She just about got in that outside taper barrier. Now we got John Jackson. His car is loose right there off the corner, trying to pick that throttle up to find some time to try to get into this race. And I think you're going to see several other cars get into trouble before this qualifying session is all said and done.
Those are your first 2 cars that have to qualify in on time. Again, 19 trying to fit into a spot that will only hold 13. So 6 will go home of the drivers that have to get in on time. John Jackson quickest of the 2 that have been on the track. Jennifer Jo Cobb, she's second quick.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules, Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
I'm Jimmy Johnson. I've taken some kidding in this past year since I started using Extends, but all kidding aside, Extends has become a real mainstream product. It's sold over 1 billion tablets and has been on the market for over 10 years. Because Extends isn't about not being enough, it's about being more. That's why these days, I recommend Extends.
Extends is now available in the vitamin section of these and other fine retailers. But if you're still skeptical about Extends, we'll send you a free week supply of Extends for the cost of a postage stamp. Call now.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with mesothelioma, call the number on your screen now. Mesothelioma and other asbestos-related diseases such as lung cancer have been directly linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, shipyards, or in the heating, automotive, and construction industries may have put you at risk. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with mesothelioma, call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Secondhand exposure to asbestos may have also put loved ones at risk for mesothelioma or lung cancer. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, please don't wait. Call today for your free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. We're standing by to take your call in confidence. Call 1-800-249-0595. Don't delay. That's 1-800-249-0595.
Welcome back. Qualifying just underway from Bristol Motor Speedway. Now on the racetrack, Johnny Chapman, another driver that has to qualify his way into the field tonight.
Johnny had a lot of success back in the old Dash series of NASCAR. Has made some sporadic nationwide starts and actually a few truck starts as well.
Trucks and as well as done some sub-cup racing.
Yeah.
Again, you know, a lot of time when you're trying to go to somebody to help you get into a race like here at Bristol, you go to a veteran like Johnny Chapman, and he comes through with a pretty good second lap, 16:66. And guys, I'll go ahead and tell you, I think you're going to have to be down closer to about a 16, really 50 or maybe a 40 if you expect to make this race tonight. I just think it's going to be a pretty fast field.
I wouldn't be surprised. Johnny beat the 2 cars that had gone previously, Jennifer Jo Cobb and John Jackson, so he needs to beat 4 more.
4 more.
Green flag coming out for the 40 of Scott Wimmer.
Scott is one of the cars that's locked in the field, so does not affect the go-homers. This is a Curtis Key entry for Scott Wimmer.
Scott started up front in one of the races here at Bristol. He's run quite a few back in 2008. Because of points, he was able to start on the pole. His best finish at this racetrack, second back in 2002.
Got loose that time getting in 3. It's going to hurt this second lap. It does. Well, it's actually 5 1/1000ths of a second faster, but he stays second of the 4 cars that have been on the racetrack.
Let's go down to Ray.
Thank you, Rick. I'm standing by with J.J. Yaley driving for Mike Harmon this weekend, and you guys were right there on the bubble in practice. How hard do you push it here in a qualifying lap to try to get it in?
I didn't know I was on the bubble, so I wasn't worried to it until you said something. So
just forget what I said.
Yeah, thanks for that. You know, I'm not too worried about our fast lap. Was our 12th lap on the tires. You know, obviously Mike's team is a very small team, so we put stickers on for qualifying here. That should be good for a 10th and a half. That's 10, 15 spots on the grid, so no worries.
No worries at all. Go get them. And I'll tell you what, guys, we are right on the edge of possibly catching a cloud here, and it's a pretty big one. Could change the conditions on this racetrack by the time he gets out there.
TJ Bell, lap number 1 was a 16.989. He needs to pick that up, Jeff.
But it looks like he's overdriving the corner right here and making the car push up in the middle. And again, a lot of rubber up there, but that's not the fast way around this racetrack right now for qualifying.
TJ Bell picks it up just a bit on lap number 2, but he's still 4th quick, 16.970. So that could be a difficult qualifying effort for TJ Bell, as well as guys like Johnny Chapman, John Jackson, and Jennifer Jo Cobb, who are the 5 that have been out on the racetrack. 4 of those aren't locked in, but they have to qualify their way in. And as you mentioned, it's going to take probably a faster lap than anybody we've seen run just to make this field.
But the good news right now for Johnny Chapman is the fact that so far everybody's been slower than him, and that's as Phil pointing out, he needs a couple more, and all of a sudden he'll be all smiles because he'll see the green flag later on the season.
Eric McClure to the top of the charts on his first lap, 16.665. So actually that ties what Johnny Chapman ran.
Eric will get the nod because that car will be farther ahead in owner points than the 41 of Johnny.
He picks it up a ton on his second lap, a whole 8/1000ths of a second on lap number 2. So it's 16.657 for McClure, fastest of the 6th that went on the track.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, Bam Margera stops by to talk about the Red Bull Soapbox Derby. Plus, creator of Entourage Doug Ellen and Jerry Ferrara stop by the studio. Wednesday at 10 on Speed.
Energizer Ultimate Lithium lasts up to 8 times longer, which means up to 8 times less waste. Energizer Ultimate Lithium. Now that's positive energy.
I can't let allergies stop me from leading the way. So I get Claritin Clear. Non-drowsy Claritin relieves my worst symptoms. And only Claritin is proven to keep you as alert and focused as someone without allergies. No other brand can say that, not even Allegra. Live Claritin Clear.
When you're ready to take back your overgrown property, turn to the leader in brush cutting power and capability. Turn to the new line of DR Field and Brush Mower. Got an ATV? Hook up one of our new tow-behind models and clear up to 2 acres an hour. For go-anywhere versatility, take hold of a walk-behind model and mow down 8-foot-tall field grass. Dense brush, even saplings up to 3 inches thick. At DR,